We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Roll call. Trustee McClurry.
Dave Ayazi.
Present.
Estelle Gutierrez.
I'm here.
John Mayer.
Here.
Howard Rosenberg.
Here.
Barbara Clark.
Here.
Barbara McClory. Present. Lisa Ruggiero is ill today. And Maddie Eckridge is not here. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Payne, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
In English, please.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we sing God Save the Queen now? I just wanted to make sure.
It was a citizen's test, so it was hard to see. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Do we have any public comment at this point? Great. Are we doing a closed session? We are. Okay, so first, let's wait. Do we, who's, any of the consent people here at this point, or are they going to come afterwards?
They're going to come after the close, but
Okay.
if there's any other items that will be pulled,
Because I sent my list in. Do anybody have any other numbers to be pulled? Okay, so I guess that's it. All right?
So can we make a motion for that and just let them, so they don't have to come in? Whichever, except for the ones you want?
Right, I don't think they are coming. But you can make the motion to do
well,
it,
as
but
long
I
as
don't
they-
think they're
they're not
coming.
we're not 100% sure, just so everybody's clear.
Okay, thank you. So I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
Move to go into closed session.
Second.
So moved. Okay, we'll go ahead and bring the meeting back to order. And do we have any public comment?
We have a public comment for agenda item 8.01. I don't know if that person wants to wait until 8.01 or not. The person
Which-
is Andrew Lisa.
I can wait.
Okay,
Yeah, that's fine.
great. Thank you very much. Okay, then I don't see any public comments, so we're going to go on to the consent agenda. And I would like to pull 4.05, 4.06, 4.08, 4.12, and 4.15. Anybody else have any items to pull? Does somebody want to make a motion to,
I'll move to approve the remaining items.
Second.
any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. These are very brief questions. I sent them the email, but of course I didn't send them till this morning because, well, I don't need to give the excuses.
I'm the president. I can do anything I want.
I was just curious, on 4.05, award a bid for the ADA access elevator at Vaughn Middle School. Is much of that work going to happen while the children are in school?
Yes, Pete Etchart, Chief Operations Officer. Now, Capital Projects will be working with the contractor, Bison Construction, to develop the final schedule and timeline. But the abatement and demolition work right now is scheduled for the very beginning of summer. So then the rest of the summer is going to be spent doing the elevator shaft. And the temporary partition walls will be put up to separate where the work's going to be from where the students are. Now, the work will go into the school year, but it'll only be done after school hours. And then the final work, which is the elevator car itself, will be done during fall break, and that's when we're hoping to finish the project.
Excellent. I knew you had a handle on it. Thank you very much. 4.06, approval of Title I School Improvement Grant for Washoe Innovations High School. My question regarding this was whether or not, in looking at the materials and the SIG grant about family engagement, was the Family School and Partnerships, I asked the Family School and Partnerships office whether they were involved in the development of that, and I got a no. And so I'm just saying, which I've said before, about making sure that all of our departments that have knowledge base and skill levels are involved in the creating of these grants.
Right, so clarification, Kristen McNeil, Chief of Staff. This is a rewrite of an original application that we submitted to the Nevada Department of Education for the priority school funding. Last year when we submitted, we did not seek additional funding, and in fact, the Department of Family School Partnerships was intimately involved with that application process. So they do have a Title I funded PIF. We are doing parent visits. They do have parent engagement, professional development set up through that grant process.
Okay, so that PIF will be under the Title I?
Funding, correct.
Okay, and oversight?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
4.08 and 4.12 is the same question. I'm just curious, for many, many years, the only enterprise funds we had have been nutrition, and then all of a sudden, a request for 2 additional, and I was just curious as to the thought behind all of a sudden creating enterprise funds.
Thank you, President Clark. Mike Schroeder, Budget Director. These are special revenue funds. They're not enterprise funds.
Okay, could you then tell me what they are, what that means?
So a special revenue fund, it's developed for a specific source of funds, and it's legally restricted to expenditures for that specific source. An enterprise fund is more like a business operation where you're trying to measure a profit or loss and see what the financial results of the operation are. So the funds that go into a special revenue fund can only be used for those specified purposes, and in this case we're using it to for technology-related projects on the E-rate Priority 2 fund. And the other one is just renaming a fund. We put in federal grants into that funds that are not going to go through the state or through another state agency. And we have to prepare an annual report. Part of that annual report is breaking out general fund, special education fund, federal funds, state funds, capital projects, things like that. And we used to have funds and they had a combination of local, state, and federal in them. And it made it a nightmare to prepare this report. This will give us a lot easier way to prepare the report, and it really will streamline our accountability for that.
However, an enterprise fund as well, you cannot expend the funds for anything other than what's in the enterprise fund as well.
Right.
So they're
Yeah.
both the same in that way.
In that way, yes.
Yeah, these are, yeah.
Yeah, the difference, these are grants versus generating, like food service grant, but it generates revenue and could create a surplus. These are just grants, so they don't have a surplus. It's just whatever the grant is.
Okay. Trustee Iozzi.
What it also does is you also then have to, it's going to be called out in the budget, right? So that it's sort of a line item on the budget, so that's the other part of it. So we keep track of those
It
things.
separates it, yeah, and also for the CAFR,
Correct.
for the audit.
Yeah,
Cool. Okay. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
And 4.15, the final approval of draft policy, visitors to district property, meaningful access, and this is just something that I want to get on the public record, that's really directed to you as Superintendent Martinez, because still have several people calling about this, and the concerns in a very practical sense are that we have wonderful administrators and wonderful parents, but sometimes, I hear the calls about administrators keeping parents away from the school sites. And so the purpose of this policy, and we do want to give site administrators the last authority to decide
For safety reasons.
who can be on their site. However, when it gets to be, testing is one thing, but saying you're disruptive first time, saying you're disruptive and you may not be, or there's a series of reasons why you're not allowed to be in your child's classroom, that's something different. And that needs to be solved by area superintendents and/or you, because the purpose of this is that the philosophy is that parents are allowed to be in their child's classroom. And this policy, in my opinion, is not meant to deter that, but only give some very specified areas such as testing or extreme behavior, that why they would not be allowed there. So I just wanted to get that on the record because I still had several calls this week regarding this policy, so that's it. Anything else?
I just wanted to ask
Trustee
a comment.
Gutierrez?
I know, I concur with you, but I'm just wondering, just because I don't know, so let's say if we have 15 parents who want to be in the classroom all at once, how's that managed?
So the way it's managed.
I think that's
Yeah.
maybe the issue.
Yeah, and you know, and as President Clark said, I mean, the vast majority of the schools, I think, do an excellent job with this. So for example, I can go to a school like Lens, who has literally volunteers in almost every classroom, and so the parents are very nice because they, even though some may want to be in their child's classroom, many of them are willing to go to other classrooms. So what we do is we tend to try to ask them to either, the best practices are we give them really meaningful activities. So I've seen cases where, especially one of my favorites is the grandparent program we have, where grandparents actually read to kindergartners. So they match them up with kindergartners, and those grandparents wind up going every single day, literally, because they just love going there. So they just try to manage them that way. Every once in a while, there's a situation that occurs, and unfortunately, I do have to get involved, or the superintendent has to get involved, but those should be rare, as you said, and we should deal with those on a one-on-one basis.
Okay. Trustee Ayazi?
Well, the comment I'll make is, and it's sort of like another agenda item, I think this works out exactly the way it's supposed to. We had a policy out there, and the public came and said they didn't like it, and we got adjusted to where it meets everyone's needs, I think, and I'm hoping what that spawns is parents also understand that if they don't feel they're getting a fair shake, they can come to these meetings.
Absolutely.
But with that being said, on your behalf, should I move to approve 405, 06, 08, 12, and 15?
Please.
And I'll second that.
Make that motion.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to 6.03 Nutrition Services Department report. We will be doing board report, superintendent's report, and recognitions beginning at 4. So, do we have nutrition services here?
Yes.
Welcome.
I'll get started while they're setting up chairs. Pete Etchart, Chief Operations Officer. And I just want to say this has really been definitely a year of moving forward for nutrition services. And I'm really thankful for the efforts that staff has made this year in moving forward in many areas, including financial control, inventory management, waste reduction, and the interaction with the community. And Nutrition Services has also been working toward the board's goal of feeding more at-risk youth. And we will be bringing forward to you at the next board meeting for your consideration an item to add 4 additional Provision 2 schools for school year 14-15. And for today's departmental report, I'd like to introduce Bill Alsusi, who is the Director for Nutrition Services, who took over that position this school year.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Mary Ann Weller, who's the Nutrition Services Coordinator, and Robbie Carson, the Senior Accountant for Nutrition Services, which is a new position for Nutrition Services this year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bill.
Good afternoon, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, Honorable Board of Trustees, and faculty, staff, and board attendees. Bill Alsusi, Nutrition Service Director. It is a pleasure to be here, provide you with department plan update, and I thank JJ for updating that PowerPoint as well. Thank you. Start with continuous direction on our mission. Great customer service. Nutrition Services Department provide nutrition, high-quality meals to every student in a healthy and safe environment while maintaining physical responsibilities. And this is going to set the tone for slides yet to come, and ending with KPIs, which is focus, measurement with goals and strategy to obtain. For our leadership team, this is a snapshot. Not everyone on the screen are available, but as Pete introduced, Marianne on my left, HR coordinator, and Robbie Carson, senior accountant. We have quite a bit of supporting team as well, and pleasure to have two, they are through interview process, they'll be joining our team, marketing manager and operation manager. Major mandates, although you have a page and a half of lists that we need to be in compliance with, I'm going to have a snapshot on department coordinates nutrition education initiative with school administrators, staff, parents in the community to help foster the positive growth of nutrition education throughout Washoe County. The National School Lunch and Breakfast Program provides free and reduced meals to eligible students. And we have summer programs to ensure that all students, regardless of low incomes, receive nutrition meals during summer period and during summer parks and recreation programs as well. Our first goal in highlights. Goal 1, academic success. We administer child nutrition programs, right now 95 sites throughout Washoe County School District. Provide breakfast and lunch in all school cafeteria as well as charter school and some contracted private schools. So we continue our service throughout Washoe County. Goal 1 highlights academic success, trends and accomplishment. We have and continue implementation of nutrition requirement of the Washoe County School District Wellness Program rather than policy. And we adhere to areas of wellness as well that we like to make sure that all our schools are in compliance. Provision 2 program, we have reached over 10,000 of our neediest students. In this initiative, you're going to hear more about it and elaborate as well. I know it's been President Clark question about why Nutrition Services last year did not implement any Provision 2. So we're going to make it up for you, President Clark. We're going to have 4 schools coming up soon to theater near you.
Yeah, it makes me almost not be able to ask you any questions to come up with that number. That's great. Good to hear.
Don't count on us.
Great.
Thank you. And we continue 34 schools in the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Grant Program, and has been very successful. New menu definitely met gold standard. Healthier Yes School Challenge, HUSSC, and that's really very honorable achievement. Goal 2 highlights highly effective personnel. In everything we do, you're going to hear that goal coming up, because definitely without the right people in the right place doing the right things for our students, we will not achieve our initiative, we will not get to our target, to the end result. And this is why on my right hand side, our HR coordinator, who has been phenomenal in helping us to achieve that goal. We need to maintain as well sound program incorporation as partnership district in Aramark. We have Aramark values come into play to make sure that our district initiative with partner with Aramark really drives the results we need. We do have centralized production, and that's our main focus, why effective personnel needs to be there. We produce 48,000 meals delivered out of the warehouse and out of the production area. Having the right people, again, in the right place, produce those phenomenal numbers. Trends and accomplishment within the Goal 2 highlights. The department currently have 520 employees, with 75 assigned to the nutrition kitchen. The remaining employees assigned throughout the schools, high schools, 14, middle schools, 15, and elementary sites, 62. Community engagement. This is the heart of everything we do, and we need to keep that heart beating through our affiliation, involvement in education, and providing the area that we need to flourish. Monthly nutrition education materials are shared with the students and parents in our cafeterias, in school, main offices, and online as well. This is facilitate access to all of those materials and updated on a monthly and quarterly basis. Definitely areas of communication has been improved, and interaction has been as well improved through website affiliation and updates. Continue on goal 3, community engagement. Enhance communication via new interaction information packet. With bilingual approach, we provide our viewers with access to monthly menus, relevant nutrition tips, and facts tailored to both parents, students, and the access to mylunchmoney.com has been online payment to facilitate this system feature. Trends and accomplishment under goal 3, community engagement, and we have quite a bit, 2-3 pages as well identified in your report. I'm going to just take some snapshots here and share that we are proudly nutrition services partners with Food Bank to provide dinner meals to children 18 years of age and under through the Kids Cafe program. Meals are also provided during the summer month to children at park locations throughout the community. Total meals served, comparison to 2009, 257 plus, and this year we are at 290,000 plus, almost 291,000 meals this year. Nutrition services as well work with community partners to promote the importance of student access to healthy meals during the school year and summertime. And recently, this year, we participated in the food drive. We participated in Boys and Girls Club. We participated in community involvement with Food Bank and representing Washoe County School District in that area. Goal 4 highlights: positive self-renewing culture. Major function: nutrition service management continues to provide regular and quality training to employees with a focus on providing all the employees with information and tools necessary to contribute to the students' well-being. That will be impacting and supportive, positive, and healthy work environment. And this is, again, is back to once we have the right people in the right place, we need to create healthy and effective environment for work environment, for recognition environment, for promotion environment, and for making them important to us. Goal 4 highlights: positive self-renewing culture, continued trends and accomplishment. This is new. When I came on board, I looked at the wall, which we call it Wall of Fame, where employees are recognized, and has not been updated since 2005. So starting January 2014, we started Employee of the Month recognition, and has been continued with certificates, plaque, and updated plaque on the wall now from 2005, disrupted, now effective 2014, and we're proud of continuing this program. School site managers training, not only we conducted twice, but it's coming up as well in April 17th. We have 3 sessions to retrain, recommunication, build up, and making sure recognition continue. On WebSmart, you're going to see this word coming up again. This is software tool. HACCP, Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point. USDA menu pattern meals, and customer service training. This is delivering on our promise to make sure that not only we hire the right people, we invest in the training, development, and recognizing them for a job well done. over 130 nutrition service employees received ServSafe certification, and this is mandatory to every site manager to be in compliance with health code and safety regulation. Goal 4 highlights positive self-renewing culture, and that will continue with the employees to make sure that not only stays at ServSafe certification, which accelerated by the American National Standards Institute, ANSI, and successfully fulfilled the requirement for food protection manager certification, FPMC. So it supersedes the everyday snack shop or restaurant out there. They are beyond and advanced, and they provide in the right certification process to make sure we really work toward prevention, not only elimination. Goal 5 highlights performance management, major functions. The department runs the central production facilities, as we shared. All schools' cafeteria have been transformed into new dining environment, and you've seen the new brand that has been implemented in the last 2 years. This year we are maintaining those brands. That means we touch up paint, we provide the proper marketing and tools, we proper merchandising to make sure that image of attractive environment adhered to. Goal 5 highlights performance management, trends and accomplishment, inventory control system, and that is management system. Nutrition services is in process of having wireless access points installed in our central warehouse, allow the production team to use of a tablet computer to directly input the inventory into the WebSmart. And this is the tool that I was mentioning earlier. Inventory process, tedious, long hours, no one wants to go in the freezer, no one wants to put the coat on and come back and chill out, but we made it and facilitate this process through the right tool. Now, instead of 12 people, we have 6 people, 2.5 hours performing measurement function and make sure that inventory is efficient, it's timely, and it's accurate. And a credit to our senior accountant, Robbie Carson, for contributing in this effort as well. Performance management trends and accomplishment continue under Goal 5 highlights. E-receiving is another process that has been implemented since October 2013. And the main objective of this process is to create an account payable control so we can be assured that all invoices are being paid timely. And this was very challenging and part of the action item 2 years ago. We have overcome that by enhanced system and providing the right tool in our operation. And that's definitely improving performance management. I would like to thank the board and the operation team for approving the purchase of delivery vehicle, production equipment upgrade, and freezer expansion. It is on the way. And this is how we really, great indication of the growth of our department. We need to have upgraded facilities, and thank you for that. More details on Council of Great City Schools you have in your packet. We continue the implementation and action items that adhere to the subject matter. Now we need to be measured, and our measurement definitely summarized in 5 key performance indicators that everything we thrive for, we need to make sure that we, going back to our initial mission, which would be maintaining fiscal responsibilities. Breakfast participation. It is measured and is calculated by the total number of breakfasts served daily divided by the average daily attendance or enrollment. If you look at actual 11-12 and the trend 12-13, 13-14, we are trending in the right direction. And the breakfast participation is going to be great contributor as well when we implement Provision 2. A lot of current participation for breakfast is not at a high rate, but when provision 2 will be implemented and the board recommendation to have breakfast in the classroom, that's going to increase to 95% of every student's eating breakfast in the classroom. And that number, we're very happy to see that's going to increase to make sure that right in the morning, they have something really to nourish and provide the well-being for performing in the classroom. Our participation for breakfast tied with the goals: academic success, human capital, community engagement, performance management. Our strategy to accomplish these KPIs: provide nutrition, healthy, balanced meal to contribute to student well-being, maintain effective staffing to deliver quality nutrition meal, and deliver customer service to drive meal participation. And the last bullet, implement new provision to schools as well to drive breakfast participations. Key performance indicator 2, lunch participation. It's calculated the total number of lunch served daily divided by the average daily attendance. And as previously, this measure is aligned with the CGCS and the Nevada Department of Education Office of Child Nutrition. And I think, yes, that's good. Updated target goal. So if you see at actual as well, we are trending positive toward the lunch participation, which is great effort. Sometimes maintaining is better than going back, and that's what our target indicates, that we will be maintaining 43.5% on lunch participation. Key performance indicator number 2, tied with the goal: academic success, human capture, community engagement, performance management. Strategy to accomplish this KPIs, like for breakfast, pretty similar, and we need to continue to provide balanced nutrition meal according to HACCP, Hazard Analysis Critical Control Point, and USDA regulation. Fully utilize our market program to promote healthy eating through community engagement in special event holiday themes. And we're glad that we have that person on board coming soon for the marketing manager position. Key performance indicator number 3, food cost. And it is percentage of revenue. We take the total cost of food and supplies divided by total revenue. And if you look at the trend as well, last year versus current, in what we are target to even improve 44% target goal. It is aggressive, but my senior accountant assured me with everything we do, we're gonna achieve this number because there is a progress on the way, and definitely efficiency is gonna pay off. Food cost and percentage of revenue ties with the goal, human capital, and performance management. Strategies to accomplish these KPIs: maintain effective trained personnel to improve food production efficiencies and manage inventory processes. Continue to improve new and improved software and hardware through upgraded technology to streamline processes and minimize human errors. Continue to plan for capital investment for warehouse storage and the nutrition services. And this is our really next wish list to enlarge the storage area so we could accommodate more food and shelved properly according to safety and regulations. Key performance indicator number 4, labor cost as percentage of revenue. The total cost of labor, benefit, taxes, and workers' compensation divided by the total revenue. Actuals 11-12, 12-13, 13-14, another improvement, 41%. And this is really proud moment for us because we do need to have the right people in the right place, but we need to really manage effectively with performance management by minimizing overtime and putting the right people to fulfill on the regular hours instead of overtime hours. And it is the right things to do for our employees instead of working overtime days and nights and weekends, and especially when it comes to catering functions. Labor cost as percentage of revenue ties with the goals, human capital, culture, value, and strengthening a positive self-renewing culture. Performance management, aligned performance management system. And the culture that we're proud of as well, it is we all working together toward common goal. We need to create the right environment that people work in a safe and recognize the effort for everything they do. Strategies to accomplish these KPIs: continue to be proactive in retaining highly effective personnel through development and recognition for advancement. Continue to provide training to all employees to contribute to a supportive, positive, healthy, and safe environment to work effectively. Actively recruit for internal and external talent to be prepared for the growth, and monitor meals per labor hours productivity to improve efficiencies. And this is what I have brought up. It is a balance, but we have physical responsibility to make sure we have sound return of our investment in everything we do. Key performance indicator number 5, the total cost and percentage of revenue, total of all costs divided by total revenue. And this is as well trending toward break even. And it's a great effort not only to look into, there is indirect as well, beside food costs and labor cost, there is expenses that could be measured and controlled, and those are the areas that Robbie and I always look at and review on a weekly and monthly basis. Key performance indicator number 5, total cost and percentage of revenue ties to the goals of academic success, human capital, performance management. Strategies to accomplish these KPIs: build an effective nutrition services team to deliver operational excellence in every aspect of food production, transportation, and service to optimize service meals to every student and contribute to student achievement. Fully utilize the management processes and system to enhance productivity, efficiency, and improve results and growth. Our last slide, the budget. We are $21.5 million budget this year, and we have really achieved great strive in increasing meals, increasing participations, so we'll have that great contribution. Full-time equivalent last year and this year, we budgeted 388 for 12-13, and we budgeted 407 for year 13-14. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for not interrupting. This has been great. I was hoping. This is a wow.
Right?
Oh, wow.
Being
This is
polite.
good. Thank you. But now is open for questions, comments, or concerns. Thank you.
Did you have a question?
I just had a comment, and I think it's more towards my colleagues and Pedro. Good, thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Remember the conversation about goals and KPIs? Do you see how it's getting a little convoluted? Because I'm looking at the goals, and I can't measure that. But the KPIs are measurement. So then I look at the KPIs, and I don't know what I'm measuring. So it's really confusing for me. So I find it very confusing. That's my comment. So as a trustee, I don't know what we're measuring. And there's a lot that's going on here that I don't know what I'm measuring. So am I making sense, Dave? Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
So for example, for human capital, the big push for the district is diversity. So the question I have, well, wait a minute, so you have qualified people. So the first question I'm saying, so, how do we know we have qualified people? How do we measure that? And what's our diversity within your pool of qualified people? Because that's what we're looking at. So that's my confusion. So I think we're having staff doing double work here. I think that the goals are very important. We could refer back to them, but I really want to go back to the meat, and that's the KPIs and what we're measuring. And I don't know what we're measuring here. I really don't, as far as measurable outcomes. And it's nothing to do with the staff. This is more of a process here, and this is something I was very vocal, and since it's my last year, I think I could be more vocal, so. So anyhow, it has nothing to do, and this is nothing to do with the staff. I'm just thinking that this is the lack of direction for me, because the goals are getting confused with KPIs, because I don't know what questions to ask here. Goals, okay, you tell me these goals, great. How do you know you're measuring those goals and pushing the agenda for the district? For the KPIs, I don't know what the outcomes are, measurable. For example, provide nutritious, healthy, balanced meals to contribute to students' well-being. Well, what do you mean by that? How do we measure that? So, Dave.
Trustee Iazzi?
Well, I think you're right, but I think the point of here is, then what KPI would you want to put in to get that measurement?
Yes.
So that's why we're here. If it doesn't make sense to you, then what KPI would you like them to do? And that's what I think is why we're here. If it's confusing, let's make it unconfusing.
Unconfusing. I personally wouldn't like for them to go through this whole spiel with the whole goals and try to put everything under those goals. I'd rather just go into the KPIs and see how those KPI interrelate with the goal. Very different. And so I think, that's something we could do together. I'm certainly not an expert. I think that, you have to take one goal, one KPI at a time, I guess.
Well, I think that's why we did that, was so that now you can see if it doesn't line up with the goal. Now you can adjust the KPI to line it. If it doesn't make sense to you, then okay, let's align those.
Yeah, and it does once it's in one page, but for us to have them go over and try to say other things within the goals, that's where it gets confusing, because I want to measure that too. And it has nothing to do with the staff. Again, I don't want this to be a staff issue. I'm just trying to make it easier for future reports. And so, do I make sense?
Well, but however, if you traditionally look at the department reports since we started in 2010, whenever we started them, the number of KPIs that have come forth from the departments are 6 or 7 or 8, and they could or could not be aligned with the goals. And so I think I would have to go along with what Dave says, is if we are going to align everything with our strategic plan and our goals, then we need to see that the departments are doing something under those goals. And if there's something within there that you want to pull out, to put in a KPI. But if you did it the reverse, then we wouldn't have that information, then we wouldn't be able to see whether or not they're aligning the department with what the goals we have. So it may be the chicken and the egg, but it's, I think you can't have one without the other.
I could see it being correlated, if it's reflected to a goal through a KPI, but for us to list the goal plus what they think they're doing within the goals, and then the KPI not relating to that goal, it's just confusing. That's all I'm saying. And I've been vocal about this before.
In Trustee Rosenberg and then Trustee Iazzi.
The strategies provide nutritious, healthy,
sorry.
balanced
I didn't see
meals
it.
to contribute to student well-being. How do you measure that? Do you ask the kid, do you feel well? There's a million ways of, trying to get at this kind of information, but then down here, you're asking well-being, all right, fine. Continuous academic success for every student. You certainly don't want to do a test that has any kind of a control, where you're going to deprive one group of that kind of thing as opposed to the other. But there needs to be some kind of a correlation academically between this. And if we can point that up, we might be in better shape to measure the kinds of things that Trustee Gutierrez is trying to get at. It needs to be a goal. A goal is dispositional. An objective is something you can measure. Because that we can do behaviorally.
Let's go trustee Mayor, and then trustee Iazzi, and then trustee Gutierrez.
You know, this is great, but again, I'm going to piggyback on this. For example, where you talk about participation. You know, I know that if you broke that down into elementary, middle, and high school, elementary probably would be 98% participation, where high school, you see more kids at the McDonald's on Trader Way than you do at Reed High School cafeteria. So it really is misleading as to the participation because it's not broken down into the different levels.
Sure.
So Bill, can I ask a question on that? Because I wanted to clarify something too. And you explain how the computation is measured, but for example, in many of our schools, many of our children bring their own lunch. Or in some schools we have where they have an open campus and they can go get a lunch. So when I see, you know, specifically lunch is the main one. When I see lunch being at 43%, is that only accounting for the families that are buying food from us and excluding the children that are bringing their own lunch or buying their own lunch from somewhere else?
This would be inclusive of all meal captured, all served meal captured.
You serve, but it doesn't count the meals that children are bringing themselves.
No, it does not account to external meals or competitive meals or otherwise.
So one of the things I think, and just a suggestion for the board, that makes this a little tricky, if you ask me right now, how does nutrition contribute to student success? Well, you know, children can't learn if they're hungry. I mean, they just can't. So maybe I think a better measurement for us would be, and maybe you separate them, you separate how many meals we serve, but also add in, and I don't know if there's a way for us to compute this sufficiently. I'm just not sure because I don't know if anybody goes out and counts them, but I know for a fact, for example, I was at a school today where the cafeteria workers tell the principal if a child hasn't eaten. They literally, like, they actually look and they actually see if a child is not eating for whatever reason, if they see a pattern of it, then they even bring, you know, so first they bring it up to the teacher. If they see a pattern, they bring it up to the principal. And that's, by the way, a regular practice that happens in our district. So if there's a way for us to measure that, I mean, that to me I think is valuable because that's something you should know and the community should know, that we keep track of that because we do have some children that for whatever reason just don't eat. And as they get older, I think the issue gets worse. And I think Trustee Mayer is correct on that. So just maybe there's some ways for us to kind of make sure we finesse these KPIs and clearly show, again, you know, that's our main objective, is to make sure children are eating. And of course, we want them to eat healthy, because again, they're not going to learn well if they're hungry. That goes true for adults as well, right? Which is why we had to bring food for for the adults.
So follow-up.
A follow-up on your breakfast in the classroom. So you take the tray in there and you've got your pancake with the sausage in it, and you bring in 30 of them, and you throw away 10 of them. So actually only 20 of them got you counting all 30.
And the reason they only track this,
We count
that's what affects revenue.
served versus offer. So the served will be counted. Although we offer 30 and they consume, means we serve them 20, we count 20. So the 10 is waste, is not counted.
But how do you know,
How do you know?
if 20 are consumed? Because I see
You're in
them,
the classroom.
they take whatever's left and they throw it in the trash can that's in between the buildings. Teacher or food service worker, whatever, they actually take it out, and how do you
Yeah,
know how
if the teacher take it and throw it away without tracking, because part of the site manager responsibility to track waste. So definitely if it's done behind the scene, it's very hard for the site manager to account for it.
But what I'm saying is you need to, like, put a number, and so each kid has a number, and you actually know the participation, because I don't believe you know the true participation in breakfast.
It's area to work with the teachers and the site manager to make sure the right count and every student's consume or serve that meal otherwise it's gonna end up in the trash. You're correct.
And you know the fruit and vegetable program, now that's being conducted by the food bank, isn't it? That's
No.
not you guys.
We do package and serve and deliver from our nutrition services center.
But the food bank.
The food bank, they have similar program as well.
They come to the schools
Both, correct.
and like they
And the-
put like we eat fruit and all that, and it tastes good once a week.
Yes.
That's food bank. What's yours?
We do, with the food program, we provide both out of the nutrition services and to the food bank as well. So we do in conjunction to the sites that they cannot deliver to.
And you have Wolfie or Foxy or whatever?
It's Ace.
Character that comes-
Ace, the mascot.
So what is it?
Ace
Fox
is a fox mascot.
and serves them,
In the
they
promotion,
have never seen in the past.
yes, that's our program.
Food service.
That's not food, correct.
Now, the legislature had passed a law that we should be cooperating with other counties. Has Airmark looked at providing like service to like Lyon County, Story County, package the hot lunches like we do for our schools and send them to those counties? Because I can see that's one way of satisfying the legislation and cooperating between school districts.
We welcome great ideas. We welcome any opportunity to expand, absolutely. And we haven't turned down any community service, whether it's small or big. We always like to participate, and this is the theme going forward as well.
So are you meeting with the other school districts and seeing if there's a need for that? Because
If you give us the green light, we'll be glad to.
green light, green light.
Okay, trustee Halsey, then you were next. Trustee Halsey raises his hand.
A question, can we go back to the budget? Can you tell me what the difference is here? Why the operating expenses went up 130%? What is in the operating expenses?
Divert this to Robbie.
The operating expenses, it was just, it was where the budget was placed. There's $1 million in commodity revenue, which is offset by $1 million in commodity expense, and it was mistakenly put in operating expenses instead of cost of goods, or cost of sales, excuse me. So that's why it is. So it should be 1.943 and then 10.5 million in cost of sales.
Okay. And then when I go back and I look at the breakfast and the lunches, and your goal is 26% on breakfasts, you guys run these in a lot of places. Where is it normally on, or what's the average in another school district? Because it doesn't seem to me like we're trying to stretch very far. You're sort of saying, here's what it's been traditionally, so we're going to keep it where it is. What is it in other jurisdictions, the breakfast participation?
I mean, right now, you're looking at 20, if you're looking at the number 26 or the 27%, our goal is measured toward the average daily attendance, which is
I understand that, but
22,000.
Let's say you do Chicago. What is the part, you guys have,
Oh.
you do this in a lot of other places. What's the participation in other school districts?
It varies, and it could be from 20 to 45 or 60, not only, and I've seen that in other competitors as well.
That's why other ones are 45, and we're shooting for 27. You know, I don't know what the difference is, and I'm not saying you're
Yeah.
doing something wrong, but I'd be curious as to why it is.
When we set the target, I think we have areas to contribute to the target and initiatives with it. If we're gonna put in, which ideally I love to see 30, but if it's not realistic and we're not gonna achieve that 30% with the way we doing things, what we based on how we looked at it and how I looked at it when I came on board, I look at the trend, what we have accomplished in the last 3-4 years, and where we at now, and what are the contributing factor that we can really impact, whether it's breakfast participation, lunch participation, or controllables. And if those are visible with performance management, current tools, current system, then we drive. That's why it's very hard even to compare really our district to others, because it's very environment and culture and demographic driven as well, and that has to be customized.
I know that seems very hard, but we're being required now to judge
compare.
every student with every other student across the country. So I think our job is hard.
I understand.
But my question to you is, if it is successful, you're saying with the things that you're doing now, this is what's achievable. My question is, what aren't we doing that we could be doing?
And that's the learning best practices that we capture from other accounts like Chicago or Texas, or
That's what
and we bring in.
See, what are those things? Because if
Sure.
someone else has 45, because quite frankly, I see these as being just, I'm seeing the trend, and I don't really want to have to make an effort to do more. This is what the trend's going to be.
And that's why our department is very open to the best practices. OPEX team, which is Aramark operation team, they bring in a lot of best practices of what others are doing that we could do and be successful in. And it's been really a moving process. So for our next meeting, we could bring in some measurable.
But you actually hit this earlier, and so really part of it is we could do more breakfast in the classroom, more Provision 2 schools. So I mean, there's actual efforts that we could do to try to increase these numbers, because many of our schools don't offer breakfast. And so, and part of it is, again, you know, we'd have to structure that in the day. There's pros and cons. I mean, there's always a cost to it. Provision 2 schools, I think, is one of the most one of the better strategies for us, because we do have so many schools that could, again, there's a cost, but do have high poverty rates, which right now definitely could benefit from this program.
Trustee Gutierrez?
Trustee Ayazi mentioned, so what kind of KPIs would we like to see? And so I guess I'll give a couple of suggestions under what I see. Under highly effective personnel, you know, retention of highly effective personnel, what is that retention rate? You know, how much do you want to retain? And for us, for the district, would be diversity. You know, what's the makeup of your staff as far as diversity? And what do you want to get to? And number 3, community engagement. I really liked and I'm really proud of the fact that we are doing a website that's bilingual. I think that's excellent. But how do we measure that? You know, are we reaching out to the community? Because I know this is something I hear a lot, especially in my jurisdiction, with bilingual parents and knowing more about the menu and so forth. So how do we measure that? You know, so maybe a measurement, you know, with hits, I don't know. So that would be one KPI as far as community engagement. And then, let's see, performance management. I think we kind of covered that just a little bit. So those are the 3 suggestions.
Trustee McClure?
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that Trustee Mayer had a good point, because we're looking at the differences between elementary, middle, and high school, and therein lies the difference as far as if you're going to stretch your program in elementary. If you take a look at what our current poverty rate is, and I don't know what it is.
It's right at 45% on average, but if you go down to the elementary grades, it's over 50.
So then you can make a comparison as to whether or not we can stretch at the elementary versus the middle or high school. There's all kinds of issues at the high school why kids don't participate, many of which are cultural, many of which are peer-related. So, I mean, there's a lot of different reasons why we don't have more participation. But for the areas where we have stellar participation, you can stretch that, in my opinion.
Pete Etchart, Chief
Thank you.
Operations Officer. One of the items that we're going to be looking at going forward is, through the strategic plan, we have set the goal for trying to have all Title I schools be Provision 2. Now, that has a direct correlation with having breakfast in the classroom, to go to Trustee Ayazi's point of trying to stretch that goal. As we go to, if the board wants to keep this policy, keep this direction, I should say, of having breakfast in the classroom at all of our Provision 2 schools, you're going to see that number going up. There's definitely a correlation. At schools that do not have a high free and reduced lunch program, it would be very expensive to bring breakfast in the classroom. You're not going to get a lot of participation. At schools that have a high and free reduced, you're going to have a high participation rate, and we do get a lot of funding coming back from the federal government. So I think going forward, we just, as I said, next meeting, we're going to have those 4 more Provision 2 schools. We're going to keep doing this analysis to see how many more we can add. And I think the key factor is us being profitable. If nutrition services is profitable and we're making money, we can add more schools in. And you hate to put it down to dollars and cents about feeding kids, but at the same time, we have to be profitable so we can add more Provision 2 schools. And so that is a goal too. But we will definitely bring back that analysis of every year, how many more schools can we do? How can we keep stretching ourselves as far as feeding more kids?
Follow-up, Trustee McClure.
Yes, and the Council of Great City Schools would be where you can get comparable data in relationship to what Trustee Ayazi was
You could do
talking about.
KPIs.
And I understand all of the
Benchmarks. You
issues
could do
around
benchmarks.
demographics and all the
That's
rest
what
of
I was
it.
gonna say. There's benchmarks
But
that we
if there's a
could show.
similar sized district, regardless of what the demographics are, that is moving forward and doing a better job at preparing and getting kids involved in lunch processes, then I think we should shoot for a target that makes it
Couldn't
more
agree more.
realistic here in Washoe.
No, I think that's great.
Agreed.
Trustee Rosenberg?
This business of the culture getting in the way of kids taking advantage of free lunch or free breakfast, particularly at the upper levels, that's a problem that we can attack in the classroom, I think. If it's provided for you, you qualify for it, same way that we do at the university for loans. I mean, they fill out the FAFSA, fine, all right, your parents don't make $4 billion. So what? Let's get you on the right road. I think it's also an education situation as well. And we need to take a proactive stand in the classrooms so the kids don't feel that they're not entitled to it or ashamed because they are. If they're going to be ashamed of something, it's not paying attention. That I will handle.
That's right.
So I wanted to piggyback on a little bit because in the document itself, for instance, on KPI number 4, it says this measure is aligned with the Council of the Great City Schools. So is the percentage aligned? Is the item about the labor costs, is that's what's aligned?
It's the
not
measurement system that utilized, but definitely back to Dave Ayazi, trustee, and Barbara McClure and yourself, we will bring back and have statistics comparison and information to support CGCS and our KPIs measurement, and definitely with what Trustee Gutierrez recommended to even measure community participation, diversity, and this is going to be definitely great addition because we do have data. We just need to gather it, present it, and make sense in terms of what we do in comparison to others.
So going back, I have to grab my chance. You mentioned about, or no, Superintendent Martinez mentioned about tracking the kids who are not eating. My impression has been, because I ask this every year, is that we provide sandwiches. I was going to say peanut butter and jelly, but peanut butter's out. Whatever sandwiches we have, don't we provide a sandwich for every child? Particularly at the elementary school level, that comes in without a lunch.
We
Currently,
Yeah,
the
we
go-
get
pardon
them,
me.
you
Go
know,
ahead.
so every school is authorized to give free lunches, and they have like a ticket system, I think.
Token, token.
System. But I think, but like I said, one of the things also, and like I said, it's just hard to figure out how to capture it is, again, I'm amazed I'm impressed by how much our staff with 800 kids can literally look at which children are not eating on a regular basis, not even the ones that don't ask for the tokens. And again, you know, and unfortunately, it's at schools that are, believe it or not, it's not necessarily your schools that are Title I. It's more the schools that are in the middle. They have maybe 30% poverty, 40% poverty. Those are the ones that tend to have, they kind of fly under the radar.
But it shouldn't be left up to the child to have to go up and ask for the token.
That's it.
It should be somebody going to the child and saying, we have a lunch for you, please come up and get it. Now, you can't make somebody eat something, but, because, again, if we buy into the philosophy that every child needs to eat, particularly at the elementary school level, if not other, then we need to, as the adults, be the purveyors of that and not have the children have to be the reliance on that. So I'm under the assumption from previous year's conversation that was our philosophy. So I'm hearing that that's not true. So what is our philosophy?
And
What's happening?
I don't know. No, I think it's still the same philosophy. I think we're just talking about just how we accomplish it.
Yeah, currently, we do have the token system, which is an assure that anyone who doesn't have an account eats. Now, let's say they misuse or overuse the tokens. There is a second step for the principal and the manager to follow up. But regardless, if they don't have money, they're not in the system, every student, every kid get a meal. And this is the directive come from Nutrition Services. The site manager will give us a call, and we said, give them a meal, don't deny any food, and we'll deal with the issue later. So we connect with the principal, we connect with the parents, and we find out what we need to do differently. And that's been what is currently.
Okay, I just don't like hearing that there's somebody sitting there without a meal.
Well, I agree
That
with
they
that.
haven't been approached,
So let me clarify. No. What I'm saying is, what I'm impressed is they actually look to see what children are not eating. And if a child's not eating, they do go to the child and say, hey, here's the food. And if they see that on a repeated pattern, I'm impressed the fact that they go to the principal and say, hey, we think there's a problem because this child consistently is not eating.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay. And I didn't see anything, one more question. I didn't see anything in here, or I could have missed it. What's the 14-15 operating surplus guarantee?
So you just approved that.
Well, remind me again.
3,303 and 440. 333.440, correct?
333,000.
They're very aware of that number.
Impressed, Robbie?
Okay, so that's gone down
Yes, will.
in the previous years, because I have here in my file, 2013-14 was 413,641, and 2014-15 is 333,440. So why is it going down? I'm sure you have a legitimate reason.
Sure.
I'm just asking what
Well,
that is.
one reason is this year we came in actually earlier with making those projections than we have in previous years. And so the longer before, I should say, the earlier you do it, the more unknowns there are. There was also a lot of factors, from milk to many other items, that actually had an impact on that guarantee. That was $150,000
So the purpose of the
in milk.
guarantee is, that's profit, right? Is that the same as profit? Can you view that as profit?
It's a guaranteed profit.
So then the purpose of this is not that we increase our profit every year. Is that one of the goals, or that's not one of the goals?
Well, the goal is to, which is why this is a key KPI, is you want to always be in the black. Unfortunately, many districts in the country, so we could look at best practice, but one I could tell you, one that is a difficult one, is that it's just to keep a surplus. Not a lot of districts can do it, not our size. And so one of the reasons also, President Clark, that the profit has gone down is because, frankly, there's been labor cost increases through union contracts. Food prices are right now, commodity prices are all-time highs right now, all around the country, not just us. So that was the reason. But those are the two factors, which is why those two KPIs are really key, because if our labor costs stay within a certain percentage, and if you see them go out of whack, you will see that profit go away pretty easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trustee Rosenberg?
The thing that I'm taking out of this, most important to me, is the proactivity of the people that are serving the food, watching for the kids that aren't
It just can't be
eating.
below that.
I don't know how many of you were at the university back in the year 3
Okay.
when I first came here, but there was a lady at the university, her name was Jewel Radcliffe. And when the kids would come up with something on the tray and there was no milk, she would yodel at them, "Where's the milk?" And I don't have enough. No one's asked you whether you have the money or not. Go and get your milk. That was the way we made sure back then that some of the kids who weren't eating at the university level were eating as well. So I encourage more of that kind of thing.
Absolutely. Thanks for your comment.
Trustee Iazzi?
I think to partially also answer your question, President Clark, some of the things that the board made decisions on, took some of those out with the juice and some of the other issues. So that was what we used that for, so we could actually make nutritional choices.
That's
for the nutrition services.
Right.
Thank you for putting those two pieces together for me. I appreciate it.
So as a summation, what I heard is an addition of some KPIs on the breakdown of the elementary, middle schools, and high schools on the meal participation, and for retention and diversity, more of those. Right?
Any further questions? And I do want to make a comment. Did you have something?
not at all.
I just wanted to, because one of your employees, and I'm sorry, I don't know the gentleman's last name, Mike, that makes all the deliveries to the trustees wherever we are for food, because he's virtually the only one I interacted with on a regular basis, and he's a wonderful person who's very conscientious and generous and hardworking. So I just wanted to throw that
Here,
out.
here.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition. I'll pass that on to Mike. And I do concur. He's been recognized among his peers as well, employee. He always on the nomination Employee of the Month. So thank you.
Any additional questions?
Thank you.
very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're back to recognitions.
So now we are going to go back to, well, we're going to do board reports and then recognitions. That's the request of the trustees. So, right. It was my understanding from previous board meetings that the board wanted to give their reports.
It just, not before, just when we do this, so it could be after, that's fine.
Okay? Then we'll go ahead and go into, is that okay with everybody?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, fine,
All right.
by all means.
So, let me turn the page back for a second. Okay.
Keep track of all this stuff.
I believe first, we have Mr. Connor Robinson here. Welcome back. You've been here before, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am, that's
Yes.
correct.
Welcome.
Thank you. President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, Board of Trustees, thank you for having me again. I really appreciate it. My name's Connor Robinson. I'm a senior at Sage Ridge High School, and I'm the founder of the Scholastic Gateway Fund. As I stand here today, I look at an abundance of technology, whether it's the projector, the Elmo, the computers that surround you. They all help run the meeting efficiently. And as you know, many students in Washoe County do not have access to the same technology to enhance their education. And that's the reason that I started the Scholastic Gateway Fund. So I'm here today to formally invite you to an educational symposium. It's going to be at 5:30 on April 2nd at the Pennington Medical Sciences Building. The purpose of the symposium is to address technology in education and discuss the importance of private funding for technology in education to enhance students' learning at a classroom level. The symposium will contain a panel that will include President Mark Johnson. It will include Superintendent Pedro Martinez, as well as State Superintendent Dale Arquiagua. And really, again, the importance of this meeting is to discuss private funding for technology with other influential members of the community and the philanthropic world. The event is reflective of the Scholastic Gateway Fund's purpose to enhance education for local students. Since the fund's inception, we have raised nearly $200,000 for our cause and have given well over half of it away in financial grants, and then also used technology programs at the elementary school and the high school level. We've been able to reach 9 different schools and have had an impact on over 1,000 students. So this event really marks the fund's next step to improving education because we believe it's important to have an open dialogue about technology and where the funds are coming from and where the technology is needed and how it can really enhance the education at all levels in our school district. So being influential members of our community and philanthropists and educators, I would be honored if you would consider attending this event. It will also include a presentation by the head of technology, Ed Gracia, that will kind of give a rundown on where we're at from an infrastructure perspective, and then we'll also be talking about really the costs and the benefits of the technology. So thank you for your time and consideration, and your constant improvement and support for my cause in Washoe County education. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all your efforts. Trustee Mayor.
I know we're not supposed to respond to public comment, but you said it'd be an honor for us to come to your symposium. It would be my honor to rub elbows with a young man like you. You are to be congratulated for putting this thing together.
Absolutely.
All your hard work, and it will be an honor for me to attend.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. Excuse me. I'd also like to add that there are, for the public, there are invitations and information outside. For anyone else who's interested in coming, we'd love the support of the community so we can have this open dialogue. Thanks.
Thank you again. We appreciate it very much. Okay, next we have Class Act Award. And Ms. Castro from United Federal Credit Union.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maite Castro, and I'm with United Federal Credit Union. On behalf of the credit union, I'm very excited to be here. We're excited to present our recipients of the Excellence in Education and Class Act Award. I'd like to present Jenny Ricci. She is the principal at Huntsburg Elementary School.
Good afternoon, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, trustees. Thank you for having us. This is Nanette Bailey. She is our assistant principal at Huntsberger. I'm really excited this afternoon to recognize Jackson Bellard. He's a 6th grade student at our school. He joins us from Carson City, and he's in our SWAS program. So I'd like to read to you a little bit about the nomination letter, and then we'll have him come up. Jackson is a 6th grader at Huntsberger. He's a model academic and social citizen to his peers. He is active in First Tee and basketball. He plays guitar and the cello. During the holidays, you could find him volunteering at the Living Nativity Scene at the First United Methodist Church in Carson City. He's active in the Experimental Aircraft Association and volunteers every year at the Reno Air Races. Currently, he is building a Zodiac plane with the chapter and teaching new high school and middle school volunteers what to do. When he was a 3rd grader and volunteered at the Reno Gospel Mission serving dinner with his Cub Scout troop, he saw all the homeless tents surrounding the area. He had a wool sock drive and donated almost 100 pairs of socks to the mission, and then the following year to Carson City Fish. A couple of years ago, when we were at his family was at the air races, he witnessed the crash and he decided that something needed to be done. So he sold paper airplanes to raise money for the Air Race Victim Fund that was overseen by Think Kindness. On their Twitter account, there was a video that when he delivered the money. He's always thinking of others. He notices that people are less fortunate, and he's always tries to help them out when he can. He's an incredible young man. We'd like to welcome Jackson.
Welcome. How are you doing?
Good.
Well, tell us a little bit about yourself. We just heard a wonderful, glowing report on what you do.
Well, every Saturday I go up and I work at the Carson City EAA and I work on an airplane. It's a Zodiac, and we're building it right now. So far, I've been doing it since I was 8, and I've been doing it for about 3 years, and it's been something I look forward to on the weekends. And sometimes I go up and fly with some of the pilots, and that's what I want to be when I grow up.
A pilot?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Very cool.
Well, you're on the right path. It sounds like you enjoy school because you need all that math and science to be able to get to be a pilot's license. Do you have anybody in the audience that you brought along that you would like to introduce?
I brought my parents.
And do they have names? Is there mom and dad?
Mom and dad, of
Mom
course.
and dad. Bellard.
Michelle Bellard and Brett Bellard.
Welcome. A great, outstanding person. Do you have anybody else?
And my grandparents, Pam Wise and Philip Wise.
Welcome.
And my teacher, Miss Keene, who is teaching me all that math and science.
Yes. Wonderful.
What I have to celebrate about Jackson is he's not only an amazing academic student, but he is an amazing citizen in our school. And we'll be very sad to lose him this year, but he's definitely impacted everyone at Huntsberger since he's been there. So
It definitely sounds like it. And Trustee Ayazi has a resolution.
Well, first I got to say the rumor is she might fail you, so you have to stay. So you better watch out for that. Whereas Karen V. TV Channel 4, the United Federal Credit Union, and the Reno Aces have honored Jackson Bellard as a Class Act Award winner. And whereas the Class Act Award recognizes outstanding students in Northern Nevada. And whereas award winners are positive role models at school, at home, or in their community, and often go unrecognized and unrewarded, but not now. Whereas Jackson Bellard enjoys first tee and basketball, plays guitar and cello, and volunteers at a living nativity during the holidays. Whereas Jackson is active in the Experimental Aircraft Association, which I assume is that EAA you mentioned, where he pursues his interest in airplanes. He also volunteers at the Reno Air Races every year, and after witnessing the air race accidents a few years ago, he organized a paper airplane fundraiser for the Air Race Victim Fund that was overseen by Think Kindness. Whereas after volunteering with his Cub Scout troop at the Reno Gospel Mission a few years ago, he organized a wool sock drive and donated close to 100 pairs of socks to the mission, and also organized a like drive for the Carson City Fish the following year. And whereas thousands of Washoe County students exhibit dedication, hard work, positive attitudes, and community involvement, however, Jackson Bellard notices people who are less fortunate and finds a way to help, which classifies him as an exceptional student. Now therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Jackson Bellard, Ted Huntsberger Elementary School Class Act Award winner. Congratulations.
Okay, we're going to have a picture taken, and would you like to have your teacher or your parents or your grandparents come up and take the picture with you?
Can all of them come?
Yeah, they all can. We're experts at the wide angle. Trustee Ayazi, do you want to do the picture, please?
Come on over here. We'll do it in front of them. Good job.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Do you all want to be in the picture too?
Get in there, Miss Kitchen. Come on.
We have a panoramic lens.
Okay, Dave, can you squish in just a little
I
bit?
can, but
Thank
nobody's
you.
going to look at me. Quite honestly.
Okay, big smiles. Great, thank you. Thank you.
And congratulations. And remember, only 12 students a year are chosen, so out of all of those 63,000 students, 12 are picked each year. So again, congratulations and great job. Next is our excellence in education, and we're just going to stay right at Huntsberger, aren't we?
yes, we're very lucky at Huntsberger. It's my pleasure to introduce this afternoon, Amanda Cox. She's a 6th grade teacher at Huntsberger, and I will also read you the letter about her today. Ms. Cox values and appreciates all students and believes that they can all achieve at high levels. She sets high expectations and makes subjects interesting. Amanda is often sharing student work samples to celebrate success while also listening to her colleagues to improve her craft of teaching. Mrs. Cox ensures that students receive the best educational experience possible while also providing a safe, nurturing environment where mistakes and learning happen. Her dedication to students and the profession is demonstrated through her enthusiasm for student success, her attention to student needs, her collegial relationships, and her focus on personal growth. Ms. Cox is a teaching philosophy that is student-centered and respectful of all students in our school. She links the instructional purpose of daily work to the larger picture. Students know that there's a purpose for their learning and personal growth as Ms. Cox builds a classroom culture that facilitates that for all students. Ms. Cox is a teacher who teaches to the soul, not to the test. Let's welcome her.
Well, that was wonderful. I wish I was in 6th grade. Yeah. I wish I was in 6th grade again. Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your teaching career in your class.
This is my 17th year teaching. I taught for 10 years in Carson City special education in the SIP program. And then I got married and I moved to Reno. And I taught 1 year of special education at Hunsberger, and then I transferred to 6th grade, which I love.
And how many kids do you have in your class?
24.
24. Well, sounds like they have a wonderful opportunity in being taught by you.
Well, I'm very lucky.
Yeah. Do you have anybody in the audience that you brought along or would like to introduce?
I brought my coworker and friend, Troy Reinhardt.
Well, have them Well, we appreciate and we thank you very much for all your hard work. And Trustee Ayazi has a resolution to read.
Hi. Washoe County School District and the Board of Trustees have this resolution. Whereas KRNV-TV Channel 4, the United Federal Credit Union, and the Reno Aces have honored Amanda Cox as an Excellence in Education recipient. Whereas teachers are the cornerstone of the Washoe County School District's mission. Whereas as a 6th grade teacher, Mrs. Cox values and appreciates all students, and by setting high expectations of her students and making subjects interesting, she helps them all achieve high levels. And whereas Amanda's dedication to her students is demonstrated through her enthusiasm for student success and her attention to student needs. Whereas Mrs. Cox links the instructional purpose of daily work to the larger picture, helping students realize that there is a purpose for their learning and personal growth, thereby teaching to the soul, not to the test. And whereas excellence in classroom instruction and thoughtfulness towards students and their families should be recognized and valued throughout the community, now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Amanda Cox, Ted Hunsberger Elementary School Excellence in Education winner. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we'll do a picture 2 again.
Okay.
For your friend to come out? Are you sure? Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
Amazing work.
Everybody ready? Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, you just realize out of the 34, how many teachers do we have? 30? 4,300, yes. Only 12 were chosen each year. And didn't Jackson say you're his teacher?
Oh, no, Mrs. Keene is.
Oh, Mrs. Keene's back there. I'm sorry. Well, boy, Hunsberger certainly is doing a great job, Ms. Ricci. Yeah.
Blue Ribbon School, remember?
Blue Ribbon School, that's right. How many stars?
5 stars.
5-star school. Well, congratulations, Ms. Ricci, for having that, and I can see why, because you have a great talent of teachers there. So congratulations.
We're not going to go down to 4 when he graduates.
Yeah, well, you have to watch out for that. Could be. Okay, Mrs. Lightfoot, exceptional volunteer.
Thank you very much. President Clark, members of the board, Superintendent Martinez, it's my pleasure, or it would be my pleasure if she was here, to introduce Lori Foley, Sandra Foley from Pine Middle School. She was nominated by the librarian. She was unable to make it at the last minute today, so I wanted to read her nomination and then just at least let you know that what she does. Now I need my glasses for her. She volunteered to help catalog new books so they would get on the shelves for students to check out. She got books ready for the shelves, stamps and covers. She puts books away when checked in so students would have access as soon as possible. She helped students find books on shelves. She did desk work so that the librarian could go out and help students in the library. She checked in and checked out books, and she works at least 4 hours a day. So I think she's a very worthy candidate for this, and unfortunately she wasn't able to make it, but if we are able to happily send her her proclamation and a couple other gifts.
Well, we won't read the resolution out loud that Trustee Rosenberg has, but we'll ask you to pass it on to her and thank her very much on behalf of the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Martinez for everything that she does. We
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Nevada Moose Days. I'm not sure who's coming to the
students are.
The students are. Well, welcome.
Go ahead and introduce yourselves, boys.
Hi, I'm Chase. I go to Chase Conrado. I go to Jerry Whitehead Elementary, and I represent Nevada Moves Day by playing football, baseball, and playing with my friends at recess.
Hi, I'm Robbie Bullen. I also go to Jerry Whitehead, and I celebrate Nevada Moves Day by playing football with Chase and Isaiah, and playing baseball and playing with my friends at recess.
Do you have to tackle these two?
Yeah.
That I want to see.
I was thinking the same thing.
No tackling allowed.
Oh, no tackling allowed.
I was thinking the same thing. though.
Hi, I'm Isaiah Maestas, and I also go to Jerry Whitehead Elementary School, and I represent Nevada's Move Day by playing football with Chase Comrado and Robbie Bolin.
Wonderful. Well, welcome. We appreciate you being here.
Good afternoon. I'm MJ Cloud, and I'm the Safe Routes to School coordinator who wrangles them. And today we have a 1-minute presentation just to give you a quick overview of what Nevada Moves is.
Okay. Years ago, Safe Routes to School, Washoe County was inspired by the national campaign, Let's Move. This year we celebrate the 5th annual Nevada Moves Day. We started with only 4 Washoe County schools signed up.
And I don't know how to make
This year, 27 Washoe County schools have participating. Events will include jump rope, hula hoop, egg toss, dance, and sack race.
Oh my word.
This is a wonderful event and studies show that children adopt these healthy habits early in their lives, and they are more likely to make them a lifelong practices. This one-day event is a reminder for the community to reminisce on the simple joy of being healthy.
Good for you.
Or you may know it. I just wasn't sure if you know it. No, I didn't know.
All right.
Very good.
Very good.
So, what do you like about moving?
I can't stop moving. I kind of have to like it.
That's a great answer.
That's a very good answer.
Excellent answer.
I'm the same way. I'm also a little bit overweight, so I like to lose weight. That way I can be faster at football, baseball, and just lose weight. Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with me and Chase. We both want to lose weight and be faster and play football even more better. And yeah.
Sounds like the 3 Musketeers we have going here.
Well, I got to tell you guys, you guys are so brave to first of all do the presentation and to speak in front of all these individuals. So we're just very proud of you. So I just want all 3 of you. So.
And it says a lot to your academic skills as well. You have good reading habits, so congratulations to that as well. So, Trustee Rosenberg, you have a resolution to read?
Well, there are 2, but they're both the same, so I'll just read one, and I'll put both names in. And you mustn't worry about your weight. You'll grow taller, and then it will even out.
Yeah, that's true.
It isn't, but it sounds awful good.
Yeah.
And your weight protects the little one in between you when you're playing ball.
Okay, resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas parents driving children to school can account for up to 25% of the morning rush hour traffic in the vicinity of schools, whereas walking and bicycling to school reduces the number of vehicle trips in the vicinity of schools and potential conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians or bicyclists, whereas reducing the number of vehicles driving students to school results in increased safety, reduced traffic congestion, improved air quality, and less fuel consumption in the vicinity of schools, whereas the benefits related to physical activity at an early age play a leading role in reducing rates of heart disease, diabetes, and other obesity-related health problems among children, and whereas children, parents, and community leaders around Nevada are joining together to take part in an athletic event known as Nevada Moves Day on March 19th, 2014, now therefore be it resolved that we, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, hereby proclaim Wednesday, March 19, 2014, as Nevada Moves Day in Nevada and encourage citizens across Washoe County to walk, bike, or participate in an athletic event with their children while celebrating the benefits of increased safety and health not only on this day but throughout the year. Presented this 11th day of March 2014 to Jerry Whitehead Elementary School and Washoe County School District's Office of Safe Routes to School. Congratulations, gentlemen.
So let's take a picture, everyone.
Here, since you are the littlest one, you hold that. Come on over here, and we'll take pictures. Good job, guys.
Howard, in the picture.
Okay? Scrunch up.
Problem is the chair. Hold on one second. Thanks, Howard.
Whoops.
That's perfect.
Handle that.
Good job, guys.
Very good job.
Thank you. Okay, everybody give me a big smile.
Big.
Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice football.
Keep moving.
Nice working, guys.
Yeah, run out the door now.
But not into traffic. Be careful.
And last but not least, we have Women's History Month. Ms. Rivas.
God bless him.
This little boy was. I can't stop. I can't stop.
Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, President Clark, board members, Superintendent Martinez. It's always a pleasure to be before you. So today we're doing Women's History Month. The board wants to recognize all the contributions that women from all races, backgrounds, ethnic, and class have contributed to this county, the state, and the nation. So for this month, we're going to have the group Nevada Women's History Project be acknowledged. So I'm going to call Mona Reno and Holly Van Bolkenberg to the podium, and they're going to tell us more about the organization, what they're doing in terms of educating and advocating for women in the state, and we also were talking about the contributions that they're going to extend to our district.
Great, welcome.
Thank you very much. And I do thank you, Mr. Superintendent and the board, for having us here. And the Nevada Women's History Project was founded in 1994 by someone you may know. Her name was Jean Ford. She was a very active political person in the state. You knew her, Mr. Rosenberg? Sure. And if you knew her, then you knew nobody told her no. And so she started this group because when she was teaching history, she didn't find histories in publications and websites and things of Nevada women. So she organized women all over the state to create those things. And so now, if you Google Nevada Women's History Project or nevadawomen.org, you'll see we have over 100 biographies of women on our website. Plus, there's a publication that we're going to redo. It was finished in 2000, and it's a finding guide on women, and it has hundreds of women in it. Because our biographies, we try to be quite academic about those and make sure that they have all the proper parts for a biography. But the research materials, so what they did was they read hundreds of books statewide and made little excerpts and indexed them by the women in them. So that book's been a wonderful resource for finding women's histories. But it's 13 years old now, and so this has been a wonderful decade and a half for women's history. So we're going to redo that. And this year for sure was very interesting because it's the 100th. That's a little off, only by 50 years. That we got the right to vote in 1914. The top part's right, but
the state's 150 years old, and so we're on the back of the Nevada 150 project also. We're having a couple of signature events with Nevada 150 this year. The pink tea that we hold annually at the governor's mansion, and we're one of the few groups that actually gets inside, and we have it in that front neat part, you know, with the big stairway, and so we have a pink tea there, and we call it a pink tea because in the early 1900s, when women were advocating for the right to vote, they needed a way to organize discreetly. So if you tell your husband you're going to a tea, he doesn't really want to go. But if you tell him you're going to a pink tea, there is no way he will go. So we have these pink teas, and it worked very well, you know, that they did get organized. And so it wasn't as, I mean, it passed in Nevada pretty well. It didn't pass in Washoe County, and it didn't pass in Elko County, the two population centers, and that had a lot to do with temperance. And, you know, if we give you the right to vote, you'll close down our bars. But it didn't work out that way. It really didn't. So it was a falsehood. But population centers often have different issues than rural counties, as you know, for sure. So the Women's History Project, we, our mission, and I really ought to have this memorized, but I don't, is to provide visibility and support for the gathering and dissemination. That's what we're talking about, collecting biographies and putting them in a public factor, and then of the history and of the roles and contributions of all Nevada women. We have our oral history project. I've talked about the biographies, and those are deceased women, but we also are actively recording oral histories with quite a diversity of groups in the state. We have Native American oral histories, and we have a couple of Black women histories. We haven't actually approached Hispanic communities yet, but of course we will. It's a very close-knit group of volunteer women that do it, of which your wonderful Lisa Marie Lightfoot is very active currently and was the chair for many years, and we thank her greatly. She's definitely an advocate for us and for you. That's why we're here. And so what we do with those oral histories is we can't put them on our website as a public thing while the person is still living and without permission, and so we don't do that. But eventually we'll have autobiographies, you know, biographies and autobiographies. So I want to encourage you all, because we want women that are Native Nevadans or have chosen Nevada by choice to be here, and we have other kinds of programs called Letters to Nevada's Daughters. Barbara Vukanovich started that program by writing letters to her daughters, and you just write a letter to your daughter about who you are and how you think and what you've done, and then we collect those. The person behind me is both Holly Van Valkenburg and Ann Martin, but Holly Van Valkenburg, the living woman, is the one who organizes our Letters to Nevada Daughters project. So when she's not Ann Martin, she does that. So we want to really thank you for recognizing Women's History Month, and we try to take that seriously. I'm on my way to Monterey next week for the National Council on Public History to represent Nevada in our 100th year of suffrage. So, you know, we try not to just talk to ourselves. So thank you very much, and I would like to introduce the woman who started the organization of the suffrage ladies. This is Ann Martin, and she was really, she was it. She started the Nevada Equal Franchise Society that went county by county to get men to agree to vote for women's suffrage. So my pleasure to introduce you to Ann Martin.
Thank you very much. I don't know what you're doing here in 1914, dressed like that. Women don't wear pants. They wear skirts, and they wear hats, and they wear gloves, and they are always dressed all the time. I was born right here in Nevada, out in Empire City, which is east of Carson City. My father had a merchandise store there, and he actually in 1875 was a member of the Nevada Senate. That's the year I was born. He was on his way to Carson City to get a doctor when my mother and I joined. So we had a bit of a time together by ourselves. I had several brothers whom I envied tremendously because they got to do things I couldn't. And I had sisters who loved cooking and sewing and all that stuff. But my father let me do the things that my brothers did. So I got to ride horses and do things like that. When the mining industry in Virginia City collapsed, we moved to California. And we were there for several years, and then we came back to Reno. And my father opened several businesses there, and we lived. And I went up to the Bishop Whitaker School, if any of you are familiar with that, and just had, how shall I put it, a little bit of a problem with Johnny Rankin, who was the principal. So at the end of my senior year, he decided that myself and my group of girls could not graduate. We could not leave the high school. Well, my father said, So he sent me up to the Nevada State University, where I took a test and went in as a sophomore. And 2 years later, I had my bachelor's degree, and I went to Stanford and earned another bachelor's degree and a master's degree. And then I came back to the Nevada State University and created the history department. I was here for 2 years, and then I decided I needed some more education. So I coerced Jeannie Weir to come from Stanford and fill in for me. And I went back east to get some more education. When I came back, she didn't want to leave. So I stayed for a few years, and then I left again. Well, I wound up in England when the suffrage movement was going on there. And I got very involved in that, in the women getting the right to vote. I got so involved that I got arrested by Winston Churchill and imprisoned. And while I was at Stanford, I met a woman who married Herbert Hoover. Well, they happened to be in England, in London at that time, so Herbert Hoover came to bail me out. Well, he didn't actually do it because someone had already done it, but he did try, so I have always given him credit for that. In 1911, I was in the East working with the National Women's Suffrage Unit, and Jeannie Weir started the vote here, not the vote, but the right to vote legislation, and introduced in 1911. Well, then she got involved, and it got passed by the 1911 legislature. Well, then she got involved in starting the Historical Society. So I came and took over, and of course everything blossomed from there. It just grew and grew and grew. We introduced the legislation in the 1913 legislature, and they passed it. But then, and of course they were all men. There were no women in the legislature at that time. So then we had to go around the state and convince all of the men to vote, for women to get the right to vote in 1914. We didn't worry too much about married men because they had wives. We figured they could convince those men to vote. But we had to go down in the mines and all, everything was going all over the state. We had to go south. There weren't as many people down there, but there were a lot of people in Tonopah in the middle of the state. And of course, there are a lot of people right up here in the north. I couldn't drive. I did not drive a car. So if there were roads where I was going, somebody would drive me. And a lot of the times, however, we were on horses, we were in wagons, we went down in the mines. It was just an amazing life to lead. It was just wonderful to be doing something, and we accomplished it. So women now have the right to vote in the state of Nevada.
Well, thank you very much for that history. It's very interesting. We have a resolution to read for you, and
That's called a Chautauqua. And we do this for many, many Nevada characters. So if you have somebody who would like to have Chautauqua performance, just contact us and we'd be delighted to send somebody.
great.
Thank you very much. Happy Women's Month, Dr. McClure, Trustee Clark, and to all the women in the house. In Spanish, I would call it Viva las Mujeres. And I do have the resolution, which is from Washoe County School District. Whereas women have played a unique role in American history by being leaders in establishments of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions, and continue to make up a majority of a volunteer workforce, excuse me, which is, okay.
Makes sense.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Whereas Washoe County School District is committed to equity in education for all students and to provide a learning environment that is reflective to the cultures, traditions, customs, and historic legacies that comprise the district's population. And whereas let us teach our children to recognize successes that have already been accomplished due to the strides of women, and to continue nurturing our students' equality with respect, encouragement, and a bright future ahead. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize the month of March 2014 Women's History Month, presented to Nevada Women's History Project. Congratulations.
I imagine you have a woman or two in the district, huh?
Yes. And we want to take a picture.
Oh, hey, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Great.
Oh, Stella, aren't you going to be in the picture?
Okay. Since it's Women's Month, I think you should.
Thank you.
Oh, look at, we match.
Oh, that's better. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And save room on your website, because the next Reno mayor is going to be a woman.
Yeah.
There you go.
We are a non-partisan.
Who? Anyone I know?
I don't know, there's
I
a
don't think
lot of women running.
There's
A lot of women
A lot of
running.
women's running.
I think I'm gonna
That's
run too. What
Okay,
the hell?
thank
Everybody
you.
else is.
It always amazes me, and I don't really want to say, but the number of years from the time that women got the vote to I was born is a very relatively small number. So it's amazing that women couldn't vote until that late.
Yeah, nationally, it wasn't until 1920.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing.
Sorry.
But then that would be men for you.
Thank you.
No comment.
I think it was a mistake personally, but what the hell?
Howard,
Well,
you
somebody
listen
should
up.
have dissent somewhere.
Board reports.
I think Howard just started.
So, Trustee Gutierrez, would you like to start?
Let me see, highlights. As part of the Council of Urban Board of Education, we've been busy with CUBE setting up the agenda for the upcoming National School Board Association. And so for the trustees that are going, just make sure that you're registered for CUBE. I would like to see you there. And just a reminder that I am the voting member for the district, since I'm on the advisory board, okay? So Dave, are you registered for CUBE?
Not yet.
Can you please register, because
He's doing it right now.
It's really
Whatever
cool.
you'd like.
It's really cool to have Force in that room, and just a reminder that, we are a member of the Council of Urban Board of Education, which is pretty much, a big chunk of our student population throughout the country. So that's what I've been doing as far as a highlight. And other highlight has been, my phone has been off the ring. Just in the last 2 weeks, I have to tell you, you never know that you make a difference. And now that I'm kind of departing my seat, I have to tell you that I never knew with my constituents. At first, my district is so unique and diverse. I mean, Spanish Springs, very different than Sparks, very different than Mill Road, very different than DeMonte, and then Gerlach. And I have to tell you, I felt love this last 2 weeks. So I just want to shout out to my constituents, because I felt loved, and I never knew if I made a difference until now. So, and I had fights. not fights, what would I say? Spanish Springs, Trustee Clark, you know Spanish Springs.
Discussions.
Not bad, but very vocal group. So I just wanted to say thank you to my constituents, and I do want to recognize that, there's 4 people, I think this is the first time, right? 4 people running for a seat at large, which is really good. So I'm happy that, there's 4 people. I know there's 2 of them here, Jim Shaw and Mr. Rick Saki in the back, and there's 2 more. And so I'm really glad that there's interest. So my advice is that you eat your Wheaties now and build your strength, because you have a long road ahead. So just wanted to say that. Just felt really cool these past 2 weeks.
Thank you. And welcome. And we've had some of the other people as well at previous meetings, so.
Yeah, and I'm open for, to meet any of the candidates. I've said that, publicly, and I'm more than happy to talk to anybody.
Thank you very much. Trustee Mayor.
Thank you. I visited Sparks Middle School the other day, and those children are really resilient. They are just doing marvelous in their studies and in their different activities, and just really feeling good about themselves. And I attribute a lot of the recovery work that I see to the interim principal, Stacy Teen, because as we were walking around, she knew every kid there and said hello to them and hugged them, and just was just excellent, I felt. And then I went to Trainer Middle School, and we moved the 6th grade from Matthews over there, and he has set up a wonderful program that I think is working exceptionally well. Each kid is in a house, so to speak, and in the morning they're in a block of 3 teachers, and then in the middle they take art or music or things like that, and then they end in the other block, and it's rotating around. And one little kid, while I was waiting for the principal, was going home sick, and he was from Matthews, and I recognized him. And I says, "Oh, well, how do you like it over here?" And he says, "This is the best thing ever." And he was very sick, and all of a sudden a smile came on his face, and he was happy. He was happy, so that says something. Then I went out to Brown, and 880 kids, pretty large, but we were concerned about the parking and the traffic, and I got there right about the time school was getting ready to start, and they have 3 people out there in vests and directing it, but they probably don't need those people to direct anymore, because they've got a traffic pattern goes up, around, and then you can go into the dirt parking lot over here or go back down, and they drop off. And even before this year, they would go over the curbs to park anywhere along there, drop their kids off in the middle of the street and everything. So I'm glad to see that the administration at Brown has developed a plan. Then I went out to Verdi, and it was pajama day and reading week, and it was very interesting. And
with pajama, without pajama?
I was going to say, your pajamas have bunnies on them?
Oh, okay.
I didn't know it was
They have trains on them, right?
Yeah, trains, yeah.
Okay, good. That's good.
I really enjoyed it, and
Check it.
special
Liability
ed
issues.
teacher out
Liability
there
issues.
is we gave him a teacher award and stuff. And he just does a marvelous job with that program that he has out there for autistic children. And every single one of them was on task. And one little kid came up to me and says, "I'm Matt." And he put his hand out and looked me directly in the eye. And, "Who are you?" And he wanted conversation. And then in the middle of the conversation, I think he got tired of me and went and sat down. But that was a great experience. And then I was at Lena Juniper and enjoyed my visit there. So that's what I've done.
All right, cool. Thank you. Trustee Rosenberg?
Last Friday, the Waldorf School had a showing of a film called Race to Nowhere. Admittedly, a lot of it is propaganda, and that's all that it is, and I think we all know that. However, there are some kids that are stressed out, they're really having a rough time in public school, so when they come to the university, they're really in bad shape, and never realized any of this was going on. But there were stories of some kids across the country getting 9 hours of homework. Now that's absolutely absurd. And they did mention something, and I checked it, and it seems to be true. When you take away the homework, the regular learning scores increase rather dramatically. So I'm looking into that because I need to know more, because I need to know a lot more about a lot of things. Then last Thursday, the Council for Career and Technical Education. Dana Ryan's got this going at ACCT, and it is absolutely incredible. She is a whirlwind, but you don't get caught up in it. It's sort of nice. She moves you from place to place, gets things accomplished. John, all I could think of was you're saying everyone is on task. She won't let you off task. And you do the work that needs to be done, and she says to you, I'll get this out to you tomorrow. She gets it out to you tomorrow. She must have stayed up all night just to do one of these things. It was incredible. She's got a cross-section of the professional population in on this, and the ultimate goal is there'll be a whole list of what it is that we need to do to get our kids ready. If they're not going to go to college right away, here's how we get a job. This is what we dress like, this is what we look like, this is what we behave like. So the kids have an idea of what they're getting into for professional behavior, even if that means you're going to the garage to ask for a job as a mechanic. There is a way to do it, and there is a way to do it properly, and it's absolutely dynamite. And that's my report. I think I've had enough for 1 week.
Thank you. Trustee Iazzi?
Thank you. I went to St. Louis with some members of the administration at the school district for the On the Same Page effective implementation of college and campus ready. It was basically the core. They wanted to get people together. It was invitation only for different districts about how core was being implemented. And what I learned there was very interesting was that we are at the forefront of a lot of school districts. In fact, they were asking us how it was working out for them. Wonderful. They bring people together to say, what's your best practice, what are you doing, what are you not doing? And I think that the people we had there were exceptional in their answers, and I think Washoe County School District came off as being very well thought of in the country for that.
Great.
So I'll say that. I visited Trainer to see the technology they have there and starting the technology tour, so to speak. And also I went to Roland Melton to look at their technology needs and what's happening. And also at Melton, we went to a rezoning committee hearing that we're going to be hearing later today. We saw some of that. And also last week at the Holland Project, they had the school district artists, winners that went going to the Museum of Art. There was a wonderful show there, and I can't believe some of the stuff that's coming out of
That's true.
I
agree with that. Wow. Thank you. Trustee McClure.
Yes, there were several of us who attended the Data Summit, and as usual, it's always remarkable the quality of the data that we get, and looking at how our children are performing is really always a very great pleasure for me, because you see where things are going really well, and the data will also tell you the things that we need to improve upon. So I appreciate staff and everything that they did in relationship to that. I spent a very interesting couple of hours at the Republican quarters of Washoe County School District GOP because I went for a parliamentary procedure lesson and found out that if I were a Republican, here's all the things I needed to do to run a really good meeting. So I don't know if I learned much or not, but I felt it was very valuable and believe that I need to know more about it, and I've talked to Howard about that before as well. The other thing, of course, I have a grandson who is participating in the Moon King at McQueen High School, which is a madrigal with a dinner
takes about 2.5 hours. They sing, they have a play within a play. There are still tickets available for anyone who would like to attend, and you can go on the McQueen Choir website, and that's it for me.
Great. I too want to mention about the Data Summit. It was very well done. I know that I put Ben under Paul, but several years back, Ben was under Paul. So the org chart keeps changing all the time. So, but anyways, it was very well done, very interesting, and wonderful information for us as trustees. I'm part of a policy group for the state superintendent on the ESEA waiver as the chair of the Advisory Council for Family Engagement. They met and again, always trying to get family engagement wherever I can get it in. Action, visited them and suggested they send emails, and I've gotten quite a number. I don't know what everybody else has, but about home visits and the importance of that as well. And on Thursday is another thing that I'm involved with, the Connecting the Dots Family Engagement Summit that's at UNR, and we're over capacity.
Wow.
Holds about 600, we're about 650, but we have presenters from around the nation and locally coming on family engagement, some great keynotes, and been working hard putting that together, so that's where I'm at. And Superintendent Martinez is going to speak at that as well. And we have a superintendent's dinner the night before where our keynote, Michelle Brooks from Boston Public Schools, is going to talk about how to systemically put family engagement throughout the school district. So that should be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, President Clark. So first of all, I want to thank the trustees for being there for the Data Summit. I know, Dave, you had to be out of town, but everybody said, God, this is right up Dave's alley because he loves this data. And it was very, again, as trustees have said, you saw the positives and the negatives. Right. So, I mean, we saw the areas we really have to work on, and I want to thank all the staff and Ben Hayes and the team, because every room that we went into, there was a lot of insight. There was a lot of honesty about what are the areas we're struggling with. We also got a good, really good look at what's going on with our English language learner programs, our special ed programs, which we have said is part of our strategic plan that's an area that needs significant improvement. I want to thank Coach Siazi for being in St. Louis with our staff. They really enjoyed your company, by the way, and they enjoyed the conversations. And, we have a ways to go in implementing the new standards, but things are going in the right direction. And we still, the challenge is, and every district is struggling with it, is, how do you do it to scale? And how do you do it with fidelity? And that's true with any kind of academic initiative. And so, but it's nice to hear that the rest of the country is struggling with it as much as we are, and that we're getting at least some accolades for the early work we're doing. So I want to thank Scott Bailey and his team for that leadership. I was at schools, and one of the things I got to do a shout out. I was at Cold Springs Middle School, and Cold Springs for our community is in the far north part of our town. Every time I always make this joke, every time that I go out there, I always have to, I always look for one of our buses, because it's really, it's really far north on 395, but it's one of the coolest schools we have, 5th to 8th grade. So it's the only school that we have with that grade structure. And by coincidence, today was their student-led teacher conference day or parent conference day. And I thought it was the coolest thing. So what it is that, and they do this for every student sits down with their parent, and they get about over 95% participation of all the parents, 5th through 8th grade, where they actually go through all their grades, they go through all their academics, and it's just amazing to watch the children. So the children were explaining to me how they were doing, and the parents are right there, and you could see a lot of pride from the parents, and also you could see where the students were struggling. The students said, this is why I didn't get the A or I didn't get the B, was because I was struggling with my assignments, and I need to work harder. One student in particular just impressed me. He's in the 95th percentile in math, yet he was getting a C in math. And I said, okay, so where's the disconnect? And he said it was because he had missed so many of his assignments. So he said he just doesn't do the work sometimes. So again, it was just great to see that. I was also at Silver Lake, and also I went to Trainer Middle School, and I was curious about the technology implementation. And one of the things, one takeaway for the trustees to know, testing is a huge issue for us, especially with the new assessments. They're going to tax all the computer labs significantly, and so one thing that that was very hopeful for me to hear at Trainer, and this is credit to the trustees, because it was the trustees that said, instead of putting a portable or putting additional capital in the building, what if we put it on technology? I think it was Trustee Ozzie. I think you were leading part of that charge. And what was an interesting thing to know, insight from Trainer, is that they were able to cut down their testing from 3 weeks. So imagine 3 weeks. That's how long it takes to test over almost 800 students, taking them through the computer lab. They were able to take that down from 3 weeks to 3 days. There's a lot of other issues they got to work through, so they're still in the beginning of the implementation of their technology, but it's something that our trustees just should know, because we're going to hear more and more, as Trustee Ozzie said, just concerns from principals around technology, and you're going to hear the connection to testing pretty soon, because we're going to have so many assessments that are now online. So and they're mandated. These are mandated through the state. So we have to test every single one of our children from 3rd grade through 8th grade. So thank you.
Okay, so we have the Office of Human Resources Departmental presentation. Welcome. And I will indicate that after this, we're probably going to take a 5-minute or 5 to 10 minute break, just to give everybody a heads up.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, and members of the board. I'm Dawn Huckabee, Chief Human Resources Officer, and I know that you have a long agenda. I'm going to try to go through and highlight some of the areas off of our department plans, because I know that you have that information, but I want to make sure that I can leave some time for questions that you might have. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is the mission of the Office of Human Resources. That is to assure that all Washoe County School District students graduate career and college ready by providing exceptional levels of customer service, assistance, and support to our employees, who are our most important resource, our students, our parents, and community, and by recruiting, selecting, supporting, and retaining a diverse and high-performing workforce. That's what we're all about in human resources. While I go through this quickly, I do want to take one moment to introduce you to our Human Resources leadership team. I'm so proud of the work that all these individuals have done and what they've accomplished and what they're going to be accomplishing as we move forward in the district. So I'd just like to have them stand as I introduce them, and then if there's questions that you have as we go through this presentation, I'll ask them to come up and join us, because each of these people lead these areas in the district. The first is Virginia Duran, who is our Labor Relations Manager.
No.
We don't know you, Virginia. Thank you for all you do.
No, she was.
Gonzalo Hernandez, who's our risk manager, and I know you've met him on many occasions as well. Lisa Marie Lightfoot from Volunteer Services. Thank you for your leadership, Lisa Marie. Sabrina Pellet, who's our Director of Professional Growth Systems and Teacher Incentive Fund Grant. Thank you, Sabrina. Deshawn Reed, our Human Resources Specialist, overseeing employee services. Thank you, Deshawn. And Anna Savala, who is our Human Resources Coordinator and really assists me so much. Thank you, Anna, very much. So I won't go through all of them, but it's very clear that we're very heavily regulated in the area of human resources. We have lots of federal laws and mandates that we must follow, and there's a list of many of them for you there. We also, of course, have our state and local mandates, Nevada revised statutes, administrative code, our board policies, administrative regulations, and the negotiated agreements for our 5 collective bargaining, our 5 associations. In terms of strategic plan, our office is a strategic partner in the implementation of the district's strategic plan, and we align human capital initiatives to all 5 of the goals. What we're going to do today is really focus on Goal 2, human capital, and Goal 3, community engagement. So in the area of Goal 2, We have major functions in the 5 areas that are represented in human resources. That's recruiting candidates for our positions here in the district, having rigorous and transparent hiring process, ensuring that our staff is appropriately licensed and highly qualified, having defensible position analysis and classification, substitute teaching here in the district. We oversee the areas of grievances, complaints, employee discipline, overages, reduction in force when needed. In Virginia's area, we have training around these areas, and then of course the negotiations process, the professional growth system, and we'll be talking a little bit more about that and trends and accomplishments. The administration of all the personnel transaction, and we also are responsible for the records management for the district, and the management of unemployment claims, hearings, and costs. We're also responsible for maintaining our health benefits for our employees, retirees, and dependents. Make sure that the district's protected for property liability and workers' compensation. Promote a safe and healthy working environments for our students and staff, and improve our employee health and wellness. So some of the trends that I'd like to talk about, because you'll see lots of trends there, and I really could spend all day on the things that we've accomplished, but I would like to highlight just a few of them. So we came before the board in December of 2011. That is right after I was the interim Chief Human Resources Officer. I've now officially been in this role for 2 years, and thank you very much for that opportunity. I really feel like our office has moved in that direction of strategic partner and is no longer around the compliance or personnel, which is what you heard of before, but really around helping our school district and our students achieve. Our role has really expanded, and some of the kinds of things that we've done is we've really improved how we hire in the district. We launched a brand new and innovative teacher hiring process. That's a half-day interview. We've talked at conferences across the country about this hiring practice that we have in place, and it's really taken our hiring to a new level from what would be just kind of people applying. It's an online application, and principals selecting and hiring people that they don't even know if they have the appropriate license or credentials, into a pool of candidates that we know are qualified for those assignments, so that principals aren't wasting their times. We've also expanded our administrative hiring around our principal pools, our assistant principal pools, and this last year have gone into dean pools for those leadership positions. We've got the early offers for our certified teachers in those hard-to-fill areas, because we know that we need to make sure that we've got a robust pool of those teachers in those areas, such as secondary math, science, and special ed. We've increased our university partnerships, and we've done more than just like increase the number of them. So we're really partnering with UNR, TMCC. We just had a meeting with the Dean of Education, Dr. Cole, and he talked about how we're really working together more. So as an example, we would have student interns in our schools, and maybe their supervisors are saying like, they are really awesome and they're great, but then when they're first year teachers, it's not panning out that way for us, and so there was a disconnect there. Now the supervisors at UNR in the teacher ed program are utilizing our evaluation system when they're evaluating those, so that you can see that alignment from hire and into, from applicant to hire into the district. We've teamed with Student Support Services because we knew we needed more opportunities to have paid interns in our special education programs, and we needed to provide them more support to become special education teachers in our district. Oops. We have developed a new classification process for our positions. We had what we call a whole job analysis of our positions, and we've moved into kind of a hybrid of whole job and point factor, which makes for a more defensible way for us to classify our positions within the district. And we are working diligently on our professional growth system. That's our evaluation system. We really rolled it out with our Danielson framework for our teachers, and we've aligned that with the Nevada Educators Performance Framework. We also are participating in that NEP pilot for our administrators, and then we'll be moving next year into our education support personnel and our central office staff. I think having a professional growth system that's really aligned with the hiring and the supports and the professional learning that you can offer employees is one of the most important things that we can do in this district. It's making sure that everyone has what's needed as employees to be able to perform their jobs. It's making sure our expectations are clear about what we want from all of our employees, and then having the support for people who need it in place. And our collaboration with our Office of School Performance, Tracy Davis, Dr. Paul LaMarca, and our associations have really allowed us to move forward quickly on our professional growth systems, and I just want to thank all of them, as well as everyone else who's worked with us, including our associations, to bring that to where we are now. Peer assistance review is a part of that. We're going to be rolling that out for our teachers next year, and Mike Paul and Chuck Fletcher from the WEA actually just spoke to the Legislative Council on Education, and they were very well received, which really just demonstrated that Washoe was doing that collaboratively with our associations. I apologize for my voice, but I've been trying to get over a cold. Our next step is around our human capital management system, which we call MyPGS, and that's going to be an electronic way, an electronic system to help make it an easier process for our employees and our administrators who are hiring or who are evaluating them. And so it's where we're going to house our evaluations. You'll know where your employees are on their professional growth cycle. It has where you can have, for example, for teachers, pre and post conferences built in there, notes that you kick out to the teacher when you're ready after you've done observations. It's got reminders in there for your conferences. It's really a management tool for those evaluations, and that's just going to be the next step in our process around our professional growth system. We've expanded our employee recognitions. We're very fortunate to have Kaiser Foundation support our Teacher of the Year, and then we also moved in to have our Principal of the Year and ESP of the Year, which we're very proud of. And we're really looking at efficiency and effectiveness in human resources. So we've gone to electronic I-9s. For board members who were here from a few years ago, you know that we did an audit of all of our I-9s, and this is the next step in us making sure that we're doing a really good job around our I-9s. So we've gone to electronic I-9s and the use of E-Verify.
So glad.
In terms of efficiency and effectiveness, we went with a universal hiring requisition, which is an electronic document, so we don't have paper for most of our hiring documents in the school district now. Our staff status forms that we used to send in paper to principals are now sent electronically, and they can submit them electronically. Our letters of intent, which are letters that say we intend to reemploy you for the next year for our teachers and for our ESPs, are all now on administrators' dashboards, and they run those and send them out, and we're not sending packages of papers to schools or running packages of papers up to Incline, etc. We've done really diligent work around our unemployment insurance costs. From 11 to 12, it decreased 22%, and you'll see significant changes. We're waiting for the final quarter for 13, and then we'll be able to report that. It will be even more than 22%. We've significantly decreased our unemployment costs, and that's to the work of these folks back here and their diligence. Board members might or might not know that we're what you call a direct reimbursable employer, meaning we pay for any unemployment costs for any employee separating the district where we have to pay the unemployment. So it's not like others that pay into a pot of funds. And so keeping our eye on those costs are very important to us. Cost-saving measures have been implemented, and I think that you're aware of our insurance trust fund balance and how we have not had to have any premium increases since 2010, which in a day and age where you hear continuously about rising healthcare costs, that's just very remarkable. Because of how our insurance fund balance was, we also were able to have premium holidays in effect for our employees, and which also helps the district, and that's happened since the 2010-11 school year. Our wellness program is very well recognized. It's nationally recognized. Laura Thurston and Gonzalo Hernandez have worked really hard to have employee wellness be a focus for our district. And this year we actually, with approval from the board, expanded our employee assistance program. In the area of community engagement, our volunteer services, Lisa Marie Lightfoot has worked so hard, and her functions are so great. There's so many things that Lisa Marie does with volunteer services and what she calls free people resources, and it's made a significant impact on the district. But she really oversees bringing volunteers into the district. She solicits grants and donation. She is always, thank you so much, finding ways to bring more donations and more resources in to assist our schools and programs, and does a fabulous job partnering with and supervising community service and job training programs, and she's really expanded those. So some of the accomplishments is how she's expanded each of those programs that you see there, tripled the number of volunteer and parent trainings that she's had to support schools, and she's done that in conjunction with Delisa Crane and her department. And then it was astonishing to me about the number of books that Lisa Marie receives and gets out to students so that all students have books. And I mean, it's like that high of number all the time. She's continually looking for resources for our students. So then there's 5 key KPIs, key performance indicators, I want to go over with you. When I say that human resources is all about providing that customer service, and we take that very seriously. And so you'll see there that we have pretty good customer service when this was launched, and this is 2011-12 and then 12-13 school year. Overall, if you look at the excellent and good, you'll see that employee services was 89% that were excellent and good. Labor relations, 98% roughly. Risk management's 89%, and talent acquisition is 75%. And this is during a time, when you look at talent acquisition, when we launched that new hiring process. So it is one of the things that we always strive for. I do think that we're seeing improvements in our support to schools and our customer satisfaction. It's aligned to Goal 2, recruiting and supporting highly effective personnel, and also to the efficient and transparent accountable systems. Our strategy is that we're going to continue to try to find ways to seek feedback. We are always wanting feedback from our customers and constituents, and we always want to strive for that continuous improvement and find ways to improve in what we're doing to support our schools. Key performance indicator number 2 is near and dear to all of our hearts, and I really want to, on behalf of the Human Resources team, thank the board for your commitment to increasing diversity. I'm going to be honest and say that this is an area of improvement for us as a district, and we're going to continue to look for ways that we can increase the diversity to better reflect our student population. I think that's one of the most important things that we can do as a district. I know that the board feels very strongly about that as well. You'll see some slight increases there, but it's not enough. We know that this is a long-term goal. It's not something that we're going to change overnight, but we're going to do everything that we can to continue to increase the diversity. Some of the things, when we talk about strategies, of course, it's related to Goal 2, recruit, hire, and support highly effective personnel, but some of the things that we want to do is reach out to different universities to try to expand our reach for employees. We had a career fair that we attended at Alabama. It was an HBCU, which is a historically black university college, and we had Tracy Davis there with us. And we're going to continue to do those kinds of efforts. I would say that it wasn't a huge success and that we didn't have lots of people to bring back, but we did not anticipate being able to bring back lots of candidates, but we made lots of connections, and we actually made connections with other people who do kind of that HBCU tour, so now we have a better idea of the different colleges and universities that other school districts are going to, and we're going to be looking at different opportunities that we had there. So I really feel like that was successful, but we've got to build that over time. We have our diversity scholarship program. That's for our education support personnel, and we're looking to expand that. We had 3 candidates in our program last year, and we would really like to increase that and have 6 or more for this year. So there's different things that we'll be working on. I know that Tiffany Young is putting together another leadership team around diversity, and we'll be a part of that as well. Oops. Key performance indicator number 3 is vacancies on the first day of school. We can measure a lot of things in human resources, but this is one of the things that we think is key. This is one of the things that we want to have. Our goal would be to have 100% of our teachers in their classrooms on the first day of school, so that we don't have to have substitutes for students when they first get there. You can see that we've decrease the percentage of unfilled positions on the first day of school. But of course, that's not going to be good enough for us. And what we did this year is we upped our timeline for hiring by a month. And with that, we'll be able to open to our pool candidates 1 month early. That will give our principals a lot more time for the hiring before we start school in August. But that's one of the things that we'll continue to work on.
For the community and for the board, can you just a short description on the 637, 694, 706, because just in terms of how that number is computed?
Oh yeah, because probably what you're talking about, Pedro, is the 637, 694, and 706 openings that we have. So what we do is we have a process where we place transfers, and then any excess teachers who don't have positions, we put them into openings first. And then we call that transfer and overage. Once that's occurred, then we open up our positions for hires. We start counting as of that date until the first day of school. So 706 in the 13-14 school years, that's 706 iterations of openings. So for example, you might have an opening at one school, someone then transfers into that opening, which creates another opening at another school. And that happens and happens and happens all throughout the summer.
Yeah.
So
it gives you a sense of movement as well. So I mean, it's a huge operation.
It's basically iterations of hiring based on movement into those positions. And so it's not that there's 706 teachers that we put into those classrooms. It's the iterations of the. But so the board knows we hire roughly 300 to 350 new teachers each year. And then highly qualified teaching staff is a measure that we're required to submit to the state. It's part of what was NCLB and now the ESEA. And we have extremely high percentage of our teachers who are highly qualified in their core teaching assignments, and that's because we require it. And so for the very few people that aren't highly qualified, they're placed on plans, and Human Resources works with the administrator to monitor those plans so that they become highly qualified. And then our strategies are that we offer supports in the way of praxis guides, assistance working with the Nevada Department of Education in the area of licensure, and those endorsements. And we work with that employee and that principal all throughout the year. But it's actually really hard to beat our percentage in terms of highly qualified staff. We do extremely well in that area. But it is tied to our federal funding. We are required to show how we are having the highly qualified teaching staff for all of our schools, and that's part of our equitable distribution of teachers, so that we show that everyone can have a highly qualified teacher in their class. And then the last key performance indicator is around workers' compensation, which is the time lost in days per claims. We do very well in this area in terms of the amount of time that's lost for people being out where they can't work when they're on workers' comp. And that's a tribute to a collaborative effort between our housekeeping department, Lisa Marie Lightfoot and Volunteer Services, and Risk Management, Jackie James. Lisa Marie works with those people who are on light duty so that they're still providing support in some way, so they're still at work. So those people are not sitting at home while they're on workers' comp. They're actually assisting us. They might assist us in human resources. They might assist us in other areas. But because of that, we've significantly reduced the time lost where they're not working at all, and we've also significantly reduced the cost, what it costs us for people to be out on workers' comp. And so, and that is a very important indicator for us as a district and in human resources in terms of mitigating the risk when people are out on workers' comp. And then lastly, our budget. That just shows you the overall budget for human resources, which includes risk management, so it includes the insurance trust fund that's in there. We have an increase in FTE slightly. We hired a labor relations coordinator, so that increased our FTE by 1, and then we upped one of our employees from part-time to full-time, and so that's where you see the increase in our FTE.
Trustee Gutierrez.
Just a comment. I thought that the KPIs were very succinct and they're measurable, and you've exemplified, with your graphs, the growth. So it was easy to read.
Thank you.
Good job, Dawn.
Trustee Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Good job. I would like to break down, with regards to the diversity part with the hiring, Latino, African American, and so forth. I mean, you do lead the pack with your leadership team. I see it very diverse, so congratulations.
They're an amazing group, so thank you.
Trustee Mayor.
I get more complaints about substitutes. Is there some of the actions of these substitutes and the principals having to remove and send them home, do they get fired after that action?
Yes, depending on the egregiousness of whatever the behavior was, then we would release them and tell them that their service is no longer required here in the district. If it's something that was not really bad but not preferable, then what we do is the principal fills out an evaluation form on that substitute, and that comes into us, and then we monitor that. If someone has had that happen multiple times, then we let them know that they won't be substitute teaching with us anymore. So we monitor that through our substitute services office.
Because of course I haven't heard the substitutes version of the story, but I've got about 4 complaints from teachers and principals that subs were out of line, to say the least. And the other thing is, I know there's a cap on how many subs that you have in your so-called pool?
No cap.
No cap.
No cap.
You've eliminated it?
Mhm.
How about the subs? There's substitute teachers that work like 3 days a year.
Yes.
And all they're doing is taking up a place.
Mhm.
And can't we increase, say, have them work 15 days or something like that? And then if they don't, we can dismiss them from the role.
Yes, that's a great idea, Trustee Mayor, and we've looked at that. Currently, you have to sub within 6 months, or we remove you from the sub list. But we've talked about increasing that instead of saying just you have to sub within 6 months, to say you have to substitute teach a certain amount a day within that 6 month period in order to continue to be a substitute teacher. So that is what we're looking at. I agree completely. The point is not to have substitute teachers who are on the books, on the payroll, but who aren't in our classrooms.
Yeah, because it really, it's not, it's just taking up a place. So if they're just have to substitute within a 6 month period, they sub 1 day in that 6 months and then 1 day. So it's really just two.
Right.
And I think if
I
you
agree.
narrow it by eliminating those Johnny-come-latelys or whatever, that you'd have a far more smooth operation.
Yep, I agree.
And then the other thing that I get compliments on are overreach teachers. Overreach teachers, and I get a complaint that somebody there in track 3, I think that's what you call need improvement, and the principal's working on them and everything, and so they got a little chip on their shoulder, so they overreach list comes out and they volunteer.
Right.
Get out of there.
So we've changed that, and teachers who are minimally effective or ineffective can't volunteer for overage any longer, and that lives in the WEA contract.
And since when?
It was, Virginia, when was the? 2011.
Oh, why? Because, see, I get, the principals tell me these rotten apples in the barrel get just transferred around to but they don't do it anymore.
Can't do that any longer. Overage is done by seniority.
Well, congratulations, you're ahead of me there. Because I get that quite a bit, but maybe the principals don't know that they can't do that? Do the principals know that that's a policy?
Yeah, I think that they do, and it's in the guidelines. We just sent those out because we're now in that period. And so it's outlined in there, and I think the principals are aware of that, but that probably
And we
happened in the
approved
past.
the contracts.
Yeah.
Trustee Rosenberg and then Trustee Isley.
I'm wondering, what is it that would get a substitute teacher fired? What are they out of line doing? I mean, attacking a child, yes. I can
Striking a
see that.
child?
Okay, fine, that I understand. Is that the kind of thing?
It could be anything like that. It's hard for me to come up with examples in terms of what it is, but if the behavior is egregious, we'll go through the process and we will talk to the substitute teachers and we'll investigate the whole thing. But if it turns out that it occurred, then we no longer need that substitute teacher to be working for Washoe County School District, period. And there's nothing contractual or anything for substitute teachers. So we can
So
let them
then
go.
we simply don't hire them?
Correct.
Trustee Isley.
Yeah, to stick with substitutes for a minute, think for the next year, I know that Superintendent Martinez has been bringing up some substitute issues, and maybe we need some KPIs. I don't know what they look like right now, but to bring some back.
Absolutely.
I love your idea of trying to have substitutes stay at a certain school.
Absolutely.
To do that. And then on your KPI 1, I'm curious, some of them are good, like labor relations is 90% excellent and 7.3% good. But talent acquisition is only 50% excellent. But on your goals, they're all to improve by 3%. We want to make them improve by 3%. So I'm not sure if that's just an easy thing to do, or which one should we really be concentrating on? You know, why is talent acquisition down by 50, down at 50%? Because when I have 98% excellent or good in labor relations, I don't know how you can go up 3%.
Oh, yeah, I hear you.
But I can certainly see that maybe we should concentrate on some of these other ones more and try to get those, those up.
I think that's a good point, in that we look at each one and then define one for each of those areas instead of just a straight.
And one of the things I think that will help, and the new metrics that that are being presented to you as part of the strategic plan, we're getting very detailed on the recruitment, which is the talent acquisition, and we're doing it not only by hard to fill, but also even by diversity. So I think also that will also help, as you know, and that came from your conversations, frankly.
If I get this right, that's in the strategic plan, but what we're doing now and during the budget process is to actually put those into KPIs, right?
Yes. So for next year, but we want to still get your input, Trustee Ozzie, because we want to take any new KPIs you would like, plus those new metrics we're adding as part of the strategic plan, and add them on, because to your point, one of the reasons probably we're at only excellent at 50% is because we still have a hard time with a lot of those different types of employees, whether it's special ed, math, English, which hopefully the early offers will help, but I mean, we still have, you know, schools that can't find a math teacher, and it's October.
Did you have your hand raised? I have a couple of things on the KPIs. Number one is, I really don't kind of question why we have to have a KPI on highly qualified. It's the law.
Yeah, it is.
So we're not going anywhere. That's kind of I mean, I don't care if you have it and it's 1 amongst 30, but when it's high up, to me, it's not really showing us anything. It's not really something that we need to see at our level, I don't think.
I think
my question.
We are meeting it, but I'll say with what you were just talking about, how we're defining those metrics for the strategic plan, we're moving to the showing the highly effective and effective staff too. So this could go away because we're going to be moving to showing, you know, how many people are effective and highly effective.
You're right, though.
That's a good transition.
You're
anyway.
right, though.
Then on, you know, vacancies on the first day, what, and truly, I don't understand, so I'm going to ask a very basic question. So I understand about that there's 706 times in which people move. I guess what I want to see in the context is if we have approximately 4,300 teachers, and I'd like to know, because I think it would show something that we would need to know, is how many of those 4,300 move each year. So I'm not sure how the 706, what that number tells me versus telling me, I understand about the vacancies, and I'd like to know, do we have, because you use the words a lot of movement, and it sounds like a lot of movement, do we have a lot of movement for what reasons? And so a lot of movement to me comes back to it being disruptive in the scheme of things overall. Not that I'm trying to take away people's rights to move to a different school, but I think it also shows whether or not whether one school always has people coming in and out of it. And maybe you are tracking that somewhere. One or an employee is always moving. You know, those kind of things, because then I think that tells us a picture of our employees as to their happiness, their effectiveness, issues at the school site, etc. So I'm not quite sure. I understand about the vacancies is important, but overall more about the movement throughout the school district I think would be important. Also, so we paid for a new management system last year. So how is that working? And the reason we paid for that new management system was that so more things could be online, which you kind of alluded to. I don't know whether those things that you alluded to about you not having to push things out to school is part of that management system or not. But I think that we need some kind of, something about how that is decreasing or increasing efficiencies or decreasing time. How is that system working? And then you can just kind of give me a couple of sentences of how is that system working.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about the launch of our human capital management system that we're calling My PGS. So we're loading
Calling
that.
what?
My PGS, professional
Mine
growth.
meaning yours?
Uh-huh. Mine meaning yours and yours and mine.
And what does PGS stand for?
Professional growth system.
Okay.
And so the board approved for us to move forward with that through our TIF funds, and we've been working with the group called True North Logic, and at the ANS meeting on Friday is when we're going to introduce that to our principals.
So it's just being launched.
And so it will show the basics of
approved it about within the last 6 months.
Yeah.
how that will work. So we're in the
October.
beginning stages of it, but we're really excited about it. Then after we introduce that to our principals and our assistant principals, then we're going to move forward with our trainings, and those trainings are going to happen between April and June. And then from those trainings, then we'll be able to make sure that everyone is in that system, so that principals, say it's at Cannon Elementary School, then she can pull it up and show where each of her employees are. And we're going to start with teachers, so it'll only be teachers in the beginning, and administrators. But so if I'm the principal at a school, I'll have the tab that has all of my teachers and where they are in their professional growth cycles. I'll also have my own tab for my own evaluation with my area superintendent. So the work is being done now. It's fast and furious in terms of that work, so that we can launch this and show our principals what we have. But I think that I'm going to be interested to see the feedback on that, but I think that our principals and our employees will be very happy that we have a tool now to help them manage what we're now doing through these electronic forms with
So when the
formulas.
principal's looking to bring in a teacher in, are they going to be able to look in and see where that teacher is before they hire them? Or accept them internally about where they are in their evaluation?
It's not going to be before they're hired. It'll be once they're hired, and then through the law that was passed, people are, teachers are on a 3-year probationary period, so they're going to come in and they'll show in their system, it's connected with Business Plus, our HRIS, our Human Resources Information System, and it'll be connected there so that when they're hired, they will show on that principal's list, so that they can see that this is either a first-year probationary teacher, or maybe it was a teacher who came from within the state and came from Clark County, and so they're actually post-probationary, and it'll show where they are in their growth cycle.
Does it also show their movement? If they've gone to a different school for the past 10 years?
I don't believe that it will show where they were. Sabrina?
We'll be able to, as we go forward in the system, we'll be able to track that through a report, extract that information very easily. Currently, the system that we have makes it more difficult. So yes, I would say yes.
It's very manual right now.
So I think you ought to develop some KPIs around that so that we can see how it's doing and its effectiveness, or somehow, I don't remember from that time, but what's the evaluation of that program? It was, how much money was it?
Oh, yeah. We have an external evaluator around that whole program.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it was fully funded by the federal grant, but it was a large expenditure.
Yes.
Any additional questions?
Thank you, Don.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we're going to take a break until 10 after.
Because of the mess?
See you too.
The weather?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring the meeting back to order. And we're going to move things around, and we're going to 8.01, direction regarding cell tower installations on district property. Mr. Boster, welcome.
Great, thank you very much. For the record, my name is Mike Boster with Capital Projects. The item before you tonight outlines how the district has handled requests for cell tower installations since the first towers were approved in 1997. We now have cell towers on 8 properties serving 6 different wireless companies, the 2 largest being AT&T and Verizon. Cell tower revenues have increased over the years as wireless technologies have advanced. We are on track this year to receive approximately $120,000 from these sites, which is up from $84,000 received just 2 years ago. This increase is primarily due to 1 new cell tower at Spanish Springs High School, which is an AT&T tower, and automatic rate escalations on our existing contracts. And regarding these lease rates, the district is required by NRS to obtain 2 sources of value for any property that we lease out. The 2 sources we currently use include the federal rental fee schedule for communication sites and an independent valuation company that specializes in appraising cell tower installations. State law also requires us to hold 2 public meetings when leasing property. The first to announce our intention to lease, and the second to open sealed bids and to call for any oral bids. For cell towers, we have typically received only the bid from the carrier that originally proposed the site to the district, meaning we've not had anybody stand up in the audience and say, I outbid you, so far. We do receive occasional opposition from parents and community members concerned about the health effects of these installations. For example, AT&T withdrew its 2012 request to locate a tower at Incline High School after receiving pushback from the Incline community. In response to these concerns, we have gathered several studies from the EPA, the WHO, the World Health Organization, and the American Cancer Society that explain how cell towers operate and provide evidence that the signals broadcast from these towers do not shoot out X-rays. In other words, they're not harmful to humans. We currently have a request in from Verizon Wireless to locate a tower at Worcester High School. Staff has met with the Verizon representatives and Worcester administrators on the property as a part of our due diligence procedure, which we do every time when a cell tower request comes in, to ensure the site is physically suitable for the installation. And depending on your action today, the next steps will include appraisals and the public meeting process I mentioned before. So far, we've hit no red lights at Worcester as far as facilities and the staff go. After this item was postponed last month, Verizon expressed interest in cell towers for 3 other sites, which include the Huffaker Maintenance Center, Vaughn Middle School, and Galena High School. We would follow the same due diligence procedure for these sites as well. So tonight we are seeking 3 points of direction from the board. The first one is, does the board wish to continue the current practice of accepting cell tower installations for district properties? And if so, we will proceed with the Verizon proposal at Worcester, which will tentatively come back to you on the 8th of April, and then again on the 13th of May for those 2, the lease opening and then the bid opening. That's the first item. Do we want to continue that practice? The second item is, does the board wish to alter the allocation of revenue received from such towers? The reason I mention this, in 2011, the operations leadership team did a split. What they advised for Reed High School, the most recent tower at Reed, and the most recent tower at Spanish Springs High School was a split. That federal rental schedule provides an amount, and then we get an amount from the appraiser. They're often quite different. The federal schedule is quite low. The independent appraiser is usually much higher. So what the OLT did at that time was to allow the host school to receive the federal rental fee schedule amount, and the remainder of whatever rental values we get would be put into a pool made available to properties that don't have cell towers. Mainly those are elementary schools and middle schools. We don't typically do middle schools or elementary schools due to space concerns, that sort of thing. So the third item is, here's the third point of direction. Does the board wish to direct staff to actively market selected district locations such as high schools and support sites to wireless carriers? Meaning, do you want us out there calling the Verizons and the AT&Ts of the world, even for properties such as this site, or possibly our bus yards, or possibly other high schools that don't have cell tower installations on them? So those are the 3 points we're looking for. This does conclude my remarks, and please let me know if you have any questions.
So let me just provide a little history to the rest of the board members, because this has been something that we've been dealing with for the years. Traditionally, in the past, entities would come and say they wanted a cell tower, and the district gave them the cell tower and whatever price based on the federal thing. At some point a couple years back, we as a board decided that we had a product that people wanted, and that we decided that we should increase the cost of that, because where else were they going to go? And so it really is about, they have a desire because of a variety of where we're situated, etc., to want to come and use our sites for the cell towers. And we did have the discussion about splitting the money, because it traditionally always went to the school sites, but it's, you know, we as a district, this is district property, not just school site property, and it should go where the district wants it, as well as possibly the school site. Would that be fair, Mr. Stanton, assessment of what the history was? You're smiling, I get it wrong. So anyways, I think part of the...
He's amazed that you remembered all that.
Yeah. Well, and I recently, Mr. Drake gave me a cell tower one that was old to renew, and I bounced it back and said renegotiate the fees, because the fee was in the old days when it was really low, and it's a brand new world, and I think that we need to ask for more money. Again, in my opinion, we have a placement, and I don't know, maybe staff can tell us where else are they going to put the cell towers within our community. You know, how much can we leverage, because we have the places where they want it to be, and we need to also talk about that as far as pricing. And then who had, Trustee Rosenberg has hand up.
The last, number 3, I don't know that we need to go out and hawk that we have this advantage, but I think a subtle, something I'm not terribly familiar with, but a subtle, let it be known that, I think would be more than enough. Also, if they locate a cell tower on our property, isn't that of some advantage to us as well? Does it increase our reception capability, or, you know?
I think it depends on the carrier. If it's an AT&T carrier, a Verizon carrier, students at the various schools who have phones from all types of carriers, certainly on a personal level. And I would imagine that, well, gosh, our schools are served by AT&T, our wide area network. But I think on the personal level for the kids, certainly it benefits them, and the teachers and staff as well.
I see no problem with it at all. All the studies show that it doesn't cause cancer and all that kind of business. There are no x-rays. Ivan Shark isn't out there swimming, waiting for us to make a mistake. I'd be for it.
Trustee Mayor?
You know, I'm really all in favor of it, but I don't like the dividing of the money. I think the whole school should get the whole thing. The reason why is because you divide the money and you take that small amount and you spread it with 94 other schools, they might be able to get a pencil sharpener. You know, whereas if you got it all together, like at Reed High School or whatever, they could put it
These are for activities right now.
to benefit.
These are for activities,
school,
clubs, sports.
Copier or something like that. So I never cared for that, dividing it up amongst the district, putting it in a pool, because it's not that big a deal when you spread it around all the schools.
Aren't we doing that?
Trustee Iazzi?
A couple things on all 3 of them. For one, I'd like our leases to talk about co-location. I know that the city of Reno, before they give a building permit, they require them to offer co-location to another carrier. So there's not a lot of cell towers around.
Right.
So one carrier can come and say, I'll give you this much money, and then they go lease that out to somebody else. So there's 2 cell towers basically, and we don't get that that benefit. So it should just be for their, I don't know if that's happening on any of these places, but they could go lease it out to AT&T, Verizon could on their cell tower. The other one, I think, I'd like to know which schools we have that don't have good cell coverage. We had a principal here saying in some of the schools, we don't have good cell coverage. And that might be something that we tell the next person, well, we'll let you put this in, but we want you to also put another one out there. That's part of the deal, so that in an emergency, that's what we heard, is they don't get cell coverage. So I think that's what helps us to do that. So I think to some degree we should market what we want to benefit us, not to benefit them so much, but to benefit us. And perhaps even get some of that bandwidth allocation that would go to that school for just a tablet that has Wi-Fi capability. How many of those could we get as part of that? And on the allocation, I'm going to be the exact opposite, I think, of Trustee Mayer, because I don't know why a particular school should benefit because they're lucky enough to be in a location when other schools don't. I mean, you could take that, instead of spreading it out to every school every year, you rotate that over 5 different schools every year. So every so often they each get $20,000 for technology or whatever it is that they need. Because I see a lot of schools on here, particularly in the core, that don't get any of this money because they're covered from cell towers in other places. And that to me is an issue. So if we're spreading around $104,000, we could get it to 5 schools every year, give them each $20,000. But to have these schools continually get this much money,
Yes,
to me
exactly. Or just keep it at the district level and use it towards technology, something, wiring, or put it in the pot. But I think, again, I go back to, I think those are 2 good things, because we redid the contract a couple of years back to make it more, huh? Oh, you're sorry, I thought you were telling me, to make sure they couldn't I don't think they can sublease without our permission.
Yeah, exactly. In addition to, you mentioned the increase in price that we did a couple of years ago, but we also added several factors in the lease, or at least the resolution.
Right.
And then into the lease that are more restrictive and more advantageous to the district.
Right. But I do think that, quite frankly, if they want 4 places, where else are they going to go if they don't get them? Do you know?
For on the Worcester site, the current proposal is, we've heard that they would go across the street to the Costco. The Costco would be interested in that installation as well.
But then does Costco have 3 other sites to offer them?
They likely do not here.
Again, I think we really need to leverage this financially. I forget where are we at now? What was our last contract? What was the amount that we?
It was Spanish Springs High School, $1,400 a month. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, what we're charging.
Right, and that came out of the appraisal that we did with that Steel in the Air company we've contracted with. So it's in the range of $1,400 to $1,600. I think it depends on how many customers that particular antenna serves, and if that's why we bring in this private consultant to give us an idea. They're really in tune with what each antenna at each location can do. Some are more valuable. One right across the street from here could be less valuable than right here, just because of various technological factors.
But again, and I'm assuming whoever this person is factoring in that we have 4 places that no other person or entity can provide in the area.
Certainly, and Verizon's not necessarily defense, but just to repeat what I've heard from them, they would rather work with the school districts, at least this is what I've been told, in that they feel like they'd rather partner with a school district rather than a massive corporation such as Costco. Nothing wrong with Costco, but that's been put out there as well.
Easy to deal with.
I do agree that the revenue, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I do agree that the revenue needs to be centralized and it needs to come to the district. I do agree with that one.
Yeah, Trustee Iozzi.
You bring up a good point. I mean, could we benefit greater by, say, instead of doing it on a case-by-case basis, say we have 4 for you, and we put those out there. I don't know which would be better or not, but instead of selling them one at a time, maybe we do bundle them up.
Bundle, that's the new word,
The
bundle.
bundle. Because it
I'll
is,
get the
right.
same thing. If you
We're in
bundle
a
your
bundle.
services with us,
Yeah, bundle.
Because it
Bundle is
does-
the new word.
Yeah, it does take staff
You want
time,
to play
correct?
slow?
Oh, it does, yes.
A lot,
It
because
does.
then you gotta go out and get an easement, and the attorney has to look at the contracts, and it is an eyesore, correct?
It, yeah, eyes
I mean,
of the
some
beholder.
people look at it, say it's
The one thing I've started to see as well is, this was brought up by another carrier that I've heard of, that you can make them look like trees, of course. You can also put, for instance, at Worcester, you could put a shield around the antenna itself, so you don't see these just, I guess, ugly towers or ugly antennas sticking out. You can put a shield around them with maybe the Worcester Colts logo on it, something like that. We could certainly ask for
Yeah.
that.
Just like the one in Spanish Springs.
Yeah.
except
The
the
barrel,
Worcester's got to be the
the water
sports high
barrel.
school logo.
That one's really nice.
Okay.
We can make it look like the Eiffel Tower, for God's sake. They pay money, we'll find a way to make it work.
So
Hello?
maybe that's what we need to include in the contract. I guess my only other concern is, which we, is how do we engage the people at the school site to at least let them know that this is
True.
going to occur, so they have an opportunity to provide input.
One of our due diligence procedures is to first approach the school, and that's usually the administrators at first, and then we talk to the site facilities folks there as well. After that first meeting, where if the board does decide to lease property, that's when the carrier, whether it's Verizon, AT&T, or whoever, we do require them to go to a meeting of the parents and the teachers at the school itself, in addition to any other entitlements they would have through the city of Reno or the city of Sparks or Washoe County. So we do make these carriers go through an additional step with our people, with our staff, with our schools, specifically to that site. So that is part of our procedure that we've put together over the last several years.
Might be nice to add it in the newsletter or something else, or do it at Connect when they're going to be at the school for
Right.
the meeting, something that gets it more out there. So I guess we're not talking price today, correct?
No, ma'am, that's correct. Just seeking direction.
I think, work on it.
Oh, nope, whoops, let's do, we do have public comment, sorry. Mr. Lessa, Andrew Lessa? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, board members. My name is Andrew Lessa. I'm with Epic Wireless, representing Verizon Wireless this evening. Thank you, staff, for a great presentation. First of all, I just want to say Verizon Wireless is excited to offer enhanced cell coverage in the greater Reno area. As you may know, I'm sure you all are aware, you're probably participants, but cell phones have become a very integral part of our society. We use them in all kinds of different manners nowadays. They're important for business purposes, for communicating, just family and friends, but they're also very important during emergencies, whether that's someone being stranded on the side of the road that needs to make a phone call, or if that's a student that needs to get in contact with a parent. We're finding more and more that cell phones are the means for those communications. Verizon has, as staff mentioned, identified a number of different Washoe County School District-owned properties that we are interested in possibly placing some of our cell facilities at. And it's our goal that we have a partnership that we can build with the school district to enhance the coverage and the capacity so that we can also serve the communities around the greater Reno area, but also possibly enhance some of the technological processes that you use within your school and within your classrooms. I know some of the previous speakers have talked about technology. You guys are sitting around here using computers. I can guarantee you most everybody out here has a cell phone in their pocket. We use them for a number of things, and there's no limit of how we can begin to use those in the classroom as well. And I think that's, as you guys are probably pushing, a direction that we're going to see in the next 10 or 20 years, much, much more than what we see today. So, with that, I can address some of the questions that you brought up as well. I believe there was something brought up about language to co-locate. And that's something that all carriers, for the most part these days, are supposed to be doing. From the jurisdiction standpoint, they want us to locate as many as we can on one tower or one central location, and it's really just to limit any potential visual blight. And what we can do is build in our lease something that states that any additional ground space that's required for a second or third carrier would have to be dealt directly with the school district and would have to be leased from the school district. So that's something that would allow you to generate additional income if a second or third carrier came along. Another question that I think you guys had brought up is whether or not to market it to other carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, the like. A really good way to encourage working with cell phone carriers and not having to go out and market it is come to an agreement with some form of a master lease agreement. An MLA allows Verizon or AT&T to feel very comfortable working with you guys. We both have hashed out all the details and have a comprehensive lease agreement. And what it does is when we begin to look for new locations from Verizon's perspective, we seek you out instead of you seeking us out, because we know there's an agreement in place that we both have come to terms with. And one of it's not really my place, obviously you're going to come to a decision as far as money allocation and how it suits your district best. One of the things that we've done, or we've come across when working with other high schools and middle schools and other school districts, is we see that we reach out to principals and vice principals first and foremost, and we see if it's something that they can give up some room on their campus for our equipment. Whether it's on an existing light standard, there's typically ground equipment that comes along with that also. And so it helps if they feel like they have some sort of benefit from giving up a small portion of their school property that they would have maybe used for something else. And they can really get behind the project when they know money is going to go to enhance their snack shack at the stadium, the football stadium, or whatever other pet project that they maybe have at the time. And then the final comment that you guys had about engaging the school and how we typically do that. Mike brought up great points. We always have outreach meetings. We want to hear from students. We want to hear from parents and teachers and exactly what their concerns are. We want to address those up front, because we know moving forward we go before planning commission hearings after this, and we work with the community in doing public hearings in that form also. And so it's always good to get out the questions and make sure that we can answer any concerns ahead of those kind of public hearings. So with that said, I hope that this board moves forward and does approve a policy that allows us to continually work together and enhance telecommunications service for the community and for the schools itself. And with that, I'll end and see if you have any questions. I'd be more than happy to answer.
Any questions? Trustee Rosenberg?
Does it have to be on a freestanding tower? Can it be put on the roof of a school?
That's a great question. It can be placed on roofs. They can be placed on existing light standards for on a football field. We can build a new light standard that in an area that maybe is lacking sufficient light. Maybe there's a security concern. Maybe you just put up a light standard and it's not strong enough for it to support our equipment. We do what we call drop-in swaps all the time. We take your old one down, we put up a new one that's structurally sound to carry our equipment. We have the lights in the exact same place. Everything goes about the same way it was before. We can, as you guys had mentioned before, design them to look like trees. We can make them, the city of Reno requires any what they call monopole, which is just a standard pole, to be enclosed within a radome design, which is that kind of dish, round, for lack of a better word, I call it like a trash can enclosure, right, over the antennas. We can paint those with school logos. There's a number of things we can do. We've designed them to be integrated in the architecture of some very high-end shopping centers to where you probably don't even know that they're there. So, a lot of options.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the table. Do we have a consensus? Do we need a motion on this?
Just general direction.
I'd say further, by all means.
Continue to go, so we have,
Yes.
we have enough, so I think we have a lease, right? So just some of the specific, we have a lease, right, that is going to be coming up.
Yes, sir. In fact, the Verizon lease at Worcester High School, we can just move forward with that. Now, with this direction that the board does want to continue with these modifications we've made here, we would continue with that Worcester process, and we'd come back to you again on those dates I was talking about, the first of which would be the 8th of April, where we would announce our intention to lease, and then back again on the 13th of May to open the bids. So yes, we would just, at this point, if you say we're still doing cell towers under these new conditions, we would move forward with Worcester and then any others that Verizon would like to bring to us.
Well, I'd like to, I think some good points were brought up here. I'd like to see exactly what the lease that City of Reno does, because about how it looks.
Not a lease, it's just a requirement.
Requirements, how it looks. I don't know if we've ever had that discussion here. What about developing a master lease agreement?
Yeah, that might.
I'd like to see what that looks like and what the pros and cons might be of that.
So I think, Mike, so just for clarity for staff, so Mike, so just for the board, so you would ask us to talk to both, to the providers, Verizon, AT&T, et cetera, and look at their willingness to do a master lease that eventually could cover multiple sites, but just to look at those general terms and then working with Randy and then bringing that back to you maybe, or just bringing you back the results of those conversations.
Right.
Okay?
Trustee Ozzie?
Thank you.
A few things. I think a master lease wouldn't necessarily have to be exclusive. It's just to allow them to know how to work with us to put a tower up, so it wouldn't have to be just exclusive to Verizon.
Right.
So we could work on that, but I would like to see something come up. If that's been done in the past, we should have a template that's there also before they move forward. And on the co-location, for me, it's not just the additional ground space, it's also if they lease out the tower space, that they could sublease basically without permission from us.
Right.
And currently, we don't allow them to.
We do have that. We do have that sublease restriction.
That's come back to us.
What I would ask on the budget piece, just because I know there's a lot of conversations, before we make any final decisions about resources, I would like to find out what the schools are doing with the existing funds, just because everything has a consequence. So, you know.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think we should make that decision today. I think to me, that's what my intention is, but I'm sure I'll hear from schools and principals now.
Yeah. So, because I want to do a little more homework on that, because of course what happens is, you know, we take one revenue source, guess what, they're going to come back and ask us for that money to be replaced some other way, so.
We're now, tonight, we're talking about 4 new places.
Right.
Who haven't received any money up until this point. So there's grandfathered in possibly, and then there's new.
So the other side of it too, though, even on the new ones, again, before we make decisions on the funding, I want to make sure we know what staff and parents also, because again, as the speaker said, if the Worcester wants to do it and the parents want to do it because they feel they're going to get part of it, you should know that, you know, so.
But, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But you wouldn't present that to the parents and staff if the board's making a decision saying the money's not going to go to school. Then I would assume that we're not going to go out to these 4 locations and say you're going to get the money, but oh, by the way, the board might decide next week not to give it to you. I don't think that's fruitful.
This is the cone of silence, so everything is public, everything is recorded.
I don't think at this point in time, until the board has that discussion, that anything should be said at the school site saying that the money's going to come to them. It's still in a process of decision-making. Trustee Ozzie?
Well, I think just to be clear to everyone, we're in it to maximize our technology and to maximize our profit.
Right.
Now, I understand that the cell tower companies, or cell companies, will do a lot of stuff. So if we have a light standard out there that doesn't need replacing, then they've saved a lot of money. So maybe part of the deal for that site is we want you to give $10,000 to the school for the snack bar, because you don't have to spend $10,000. I think that's the way we have to think about it. Yeah. If we can both save each other money, then I think we should get the difference. Or even split it. I'm even okay with splitting it, so everybody makes out that way. So we just let that go, oh, we put it here because we don't have to do $50,000 worth of work.
And I would really like to know, I guess, are you telling me, because I don't know technology, that when you put a cell tower up, do only the people that subscribe, let's use Verizon as an example. So the tower's Verizon. Do only the people that have Verizon can access that bandwidth?
That's the way I understand it, yes. And
So
I'd look
it's-
to Andrew to be sure.
Yeah, you're funny, every day.
But then it's not fruitful to everybody. It's a very narrow,
That's where the co-location comes in.
right.
Andrew,
Well-
you got something to say?
I just want to say, yes, that's correct, that Verizon puts up antennas, only Verizon.
It's for their purpose.
So what's your connection with the product line of the house? I mean, maybe product
We're just going to come back.
comes, I don't know. Anyways, I think you have direction.
Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Here's my agenda.
There's a corner in Sparks at Karen and Prater that got 3 shopping centers fought over which one would get. One's a tree, one's a flagpole, and the other's just a plain old pole.
Obviously, there were 3 different negotiators, huh?
I'll tell you, the one with the tree looks great.
Yeah.
Good.
Very one tree on them.
It's a big pine tree.
Okay, 7.01, discussion of possible direction regarding 2014-2015 budget. Mr. Szynski, welcome.
President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, members of the board, for the record, Tom Szynski, Chief Financial Officer, and just have a brief update for you today. Our budget team is working very hard to put the final touches on the final package that we'll be presenting to you next week on the 19th and the 20th. I've been working very closely with the leadership team, our schools, gathering all the information, having budget meetings to compile all that data, and we'll be going through a robust discussion with you next week on the budget, and so that's kind of just a quick, high-level, quick review. Any questions I can answer, I'd be more than glad to do so.
When do we get the materials?
I think tomorrow, right. And
Wednesday.
as part of that package, it will have the City of Reno model. That's one of the areas that's new to us, and so been working very hard to get that City of Reno model into that package for you.
So we're talking about the infamous 600-page notebook tomorrow? So obviously it's not going to be emailed, correct?
Actually, it's 726 pages.
It's what?
Never mind.
Oh, there's 2 different, there's a summary package, it's about 130 pages. That one's a little bit easier to read, and then the more robust package is about closer to 1,000 pages. So you asked for again, that's somewhat the City of Reno model, and it's, and us compiling that has been a challenge, but we're meeting that challenge. That's the request that you made of us, and that's what you'll be getting.
So in other words, we have to come pick it up.
No, I think it's going to be emailed.
The 1,000 is going to be
Yeah,
emailed?
it'll be in a PDF format. So.
Oh my God.
I don't think you want that many pages. We don't want to kill that many trees.
Well, I want a printed version, so if you need to send it to the print shop or do it, I'm not going to print 1,000 pages at home.
No, I'm not either.
So in a 3-read notebook, if possible, is that possible?
Looking at Kristen, I think we can
Oh my God.
accommodate that. Maybe.
Yes, we'll get it done.
All right. Well, for anybody else need that same
No,
neat?
We'll come and visit you in the home.
If you don't want if you don't want the printed, just let us know.
So I'm seeing 2 hands
I don't
so
need
far.
no printed.
All right,
Okay,
good.
Not yet.
All right.
So there's only 2 prints.
2 prints.
Okay.
Any other questions I can answer?
No workers' comp if you get hurt.
Hernia time on the ranch. Oh, good.
Nope. Thank you very much.
All right, we look forward to the discussion
Appreciate
next
it.
week. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Etchart, Capital Projects and School Capital Needs Initiative update. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Pete Etchart, Chief Operations Officer. Well, as directed by the board, the Oversight Panel for School Facilities and the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee met on February 20th to discuss the remaining bond funds, the district facility needs, and work toward developing a recommendation to the Board of Trustees regarding the utilization of the remaining bond funds. At the initial meeting, staff provided a lot of information to the group. A second meeting has been scheduled for this Monday, March 17th at 4 p.m. at the AGC building on Mill Street. to work toward developing a final recommendation to the board. However, at the February 20th meeting, the oversight panel voted unanimously to recommend that the Board of Trustees proceed with the door hardware replacement project. So this project would replace the existing hardware that requires a teacher to leave the room to lock the door. The new hardware would lock from both the inside and outside and allow the teacher and students to shelter in place without leaving the classroom. So based on the inventory completed by capital projects that I brought forward to you earlier, there were approximately 1,740 classrooms at 22 elementary schools and 12 high schools that would be included in this project. The estimated cost is $845,640. And capital projects would work with the purchasing department to actually acquire the door hardware, and then the installation would be publicly bid in accordance with NRS 338. So that was the recommendation brought forward by the oversight panel, and then I'm hoping that on Monday that they'll be coming forward with the rest of the recommendation, but they wanted to proceed at this time with that one recommendation.
Trustee Rosenberg and Trustee Mayor.
How long to do it?
Yeah, that's a great question. Originally, capital projects said it could take up to a year to get all those classrooms done. By the time we go and inventory all of them, buy the hardware, get it installed, so sooner the better.
Could we conceivably, all kidding aside, do it in 1 year? I don't want Todd taxpayer to come in here and say, you've been waiting to do this for 7.5 years, and go on and on and on. I'm all for replacing the hardware, but there's got to be a beginning and an end to it.
Yeah, the original schedule was 14 months. I'm saying probably a year, so I would...
Between a year and 14 months, fine.
Trustee Mayor?
You know, I wish that you'd look at Sun Valley Elementary, Hug High School, and put on the outside doors a card reader. Because if you got kids out and you have an emergency at Sun Valley and they don't have a key to get in, the teacher would have a card, she would open it up and they could go into that building. And another advantage to it is if the teacher lost the card, you just void the card and issue her a new one without doing master key replacement. That's what you have on this building, and I know for a fact that some of those cards have been lost, and the school police just voids them and issues another card. And it's so much easier for these schools because you got kids at HUD running around all hours of the school day, and if they're outside, the doors are locked, and the teacher doesn't have a master key or whatever, she can't get into the building, swipe the card, let the children into the building so that they're safe. And a card is a lot more cheaper because of the replacement cost.
Based on the superintendent's recommendation, the principals advisory group is looking at options for the different schools and what we can do for safety. So we are working with the principals on that. For Sun Valley Elementary School in particular, we did go out and meet with the principal, and we have come up with a solution I think that is appeasing her for right now. But we do have to work on a long-term solution. Cards are definitely going to be looked at. Cards are expensive, the card readers, and especially when you start saying we're going to be issuing cards to everybody, there has to be somebody who's going to issue the cards, keep track of all the cards, cancel the cards. So there is a cost to it, but we are going to look at that cost and compare it with other options.
But it would just be the teachers.
Correct.
So that's like 50. And how much do the card readers here cost to put in this building?
Yeah, I don't have a cost,
I'm
but
just
we will.
thinking, if, say,
In the long run, he's
the
thinking.
worst scenario is something happens outside and they got to get those kids in, and the teacher doesn't have the master key to get in that building, or if you issue master keys to everybody and they lose it, that's a big expense to replace the master key lock.
So we'll
You
definitely
have
look
to
at it.
change the whole inside, tunnel and tumble and everything.
I
Yeah,
think
we're
it's a good
at-
idea for us to always look at it. I mean,
Yeah.
let's see what it costs, and we'll look at the per unit cost and see what it is.
Okay, question.
So, okay.
Is Sun Valley different from other schools?
So the challenge is that some of our schools, like Sun Valley, have all their buildings outside. So you have the office is in one place, but all the classrooms are all outside. Hug is the same way, although Hug they have houses, so each house has several classrooms. So part of it is we have to look at, it's complicated because you have so many locks. So do you do the swipe cards just for the building, the outside door, and not the classroom? So, I mean, there's a lot of
stuff that you need.
details that we have to look at and see what the comparable costs are.
But you gotta look at the area that they're
Yeah.
in too.
Absolutely.
You know, Hug High School's surrounded by
Questionable
highway and
neighborhoods.
stuff like that. And same with Sun Valley. It's,
In the Sun Valley in particular, or Hug High School, you may not be putting a card reader in every classroom, obviously. You'd be putting it on hallways or putting it on certain rooms where people would have access to that and the teachers would have. And we talked about, could you have a master key that's hung in the principal's office they check out for when you're on playground duty or whatever. We're looking at a lot of different options to see what the costs are, see, what works for the principals. So that principal's advisory group is looking at that issue.
Can you tell me what the $845,000 for? Because we've had discussions all along, and I know I asked for something, got for something, I don't remember. But whether that was all interior doors, or whether that was interior and hallway doors, or whether that was exterior doors, what is that amount? Is that every last door
I'm going
in
to
the district?
let Capital Projects, who did the inventory.
Because I know we had this, and then you sent a list. I asked for something about the locks. Is this the amount that remind me, I can't remember.
Okay, for the record, Mark Stanton, Chief Capital Projects Officer. We've got all exterior doors done that go to the outside from a classroom. What this is to do is to get all the classrooms that go into a central corridor. Right, those are the only area. We focused on the exterior doors right away. Those were done several years ago. This again, for example, Hug, the classrooms go into a hallway where the lockers are. It would be the classroom doors for that, so the teacher can lock those doors from inside the classroom.
So there are doors, though. What are those that will not have a lock? Is there, or does this cover every door?
This will cover all classroom doors. It will not cover office doors or storage doors or things of that nature, just classrooms.
And so, in looking at this, it says that for hardware, door hardware, well, it says PA system as well, 1.9 million. So obviously the 845,000 fits into the 1.9 million, but I don't know what portion of that is PA and how much, does this include labor?
The 845,000 is total everything for the door hardware.
Okay.
It doesn't include any PA system upgrades.
But it does include labor,
Yes.
and that's part of that 1.9?
Where's the 1.9 on, is that on
Attachment A,
A? Okay.
it says door hardware in 2014 program allocations. Door hardware and PA systems, 1.9.
Oh, that's what you already approved to
yeah.
be done this year. That's work already going. The 845,000 is for additional work.
That was part of the $20 million capital renewal program that you approved. 1.9, or 1,090,000 was approved.
So then, so when we look at, so we didn't have an allocation in the 73 million outside, this was the allocation, only this amount.
That was the original 94 million, you allocated 21 million, and that included the $1 million for door hardware. This additional 845,000 would finish the project.
Gotcha, so it's an additional
This was the first
to the
phase.
list. Okay, now I understand. Dave, I asked.
Then I'd like to make a motion that we approve the $845,640 to go get the RFPs out. But I'd also like to include in the motion that we meet with the principals for those schools that were talked about, that where the kids have to go outside, and maybe have an additive on the bid to fix those problems, so we can take it or leave it and decide that, but it can go in parallel paths. And bring that, and then that would come back to us.
Is there a second? Okay, further discussion? So I guess that leads to the question is, what would we not be able to do that was on that original list? Because this is extra. In other words, we're going to be taking away something from that list, right? Am I asking a stupid question? You guys are looking at me like...
I'm not sure taking away from what list.
What list?
This would finalize all the door hardware improvements, so like on attachment B that you have.
Right.
All the door hardware only column would be complete. So all the door hardware within the district would be completed to be able to shelter in place.
So that total amount, plus what we're spending this year, has always been on that list, that total amount.
Yeah, I believe it's always, well, I'm not quite sure what list.
No, I don't think it has.
I'm not sure what list. Well,
On the list for the whole $73 million.
For the whole $73 million, you gave us a list where there was allocations out for different things. Door hardware was part of that, but I don't think you had the total amount to do every door on that list, or did you?
We did, but that list also included additional work on a door to retrofit the door, and that's been excluded to bring it down to the $845,000. So we're just addressing the door locks, not the door closure, the hinges for doors, for repair of those doors.
there was $9.7 million allocated for security upgrades. So this would take as a total about, you allocated 1.9 million. And then now we're doing 845,000, so you're about 2.7 or 2.8 million. So you would still have approximately $7 million left in that original allocation for security upgrades.
And how much are the fences?
Fences are total for all of the schools, that's including high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools, 3.1 million.
Okey-dokey. Any other questions, discussion? There's a motion on the table to approve the $845,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
So what happens if you encounter a door and you have to put the latches on, or you have to fix it somewhere? To put the lock on, where does that money come from?
If the door itself has to be repaired?
Yeah.
Yeah, right now that would probably be coming under capital renewal, and we would have to come back to that. One of the allocations in this plan was to do the door system replacement. That includes the doors, hardware, the door itself, all of that. That was $5.1 million. So this project only is the door hardware. So I guess we'd have to go on a case-by-case basis. If we found a door that's just falling off the hinges, we'd have to go to maintenance.
All right. Okay, we are on 8.02, presentation of safe schools and community partnerships. Ms. McNeil.
Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, members of the board, Kristen McNeil, Chief of Staff. Quick update, our next committee meeting for the Safe Schools review plan is on March 24th. Just so you know that all three subcommittees are meeting at this time. Also, Senator Smith and her staff have expressed their gratitude to the district and staff for their assistance in the February 19th Safety Forum held at the Washoe County Commission Complex. This was an event that was seen as a part in a long process for healing of our community. In a similar fashion, the district, along with other community partners, is assisting the Nevada Military Support Alliance in communication efforts around the community presentation being done in remembrance of Michael Lansbury. Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman is an internationally recognized scholar, author, soldier, and speaker who is one of the world's foremost experts in the field of human aggression and the roots of violence and violent crime. The public event is this Thursday at the Reno Sparks Convention Center from 5 to 8 p.m. This is a no-cost event and there's free parking. The district notified all employees of this event as well as has sent at this point in time, a Connect Ed message at 6 p.m. tonight to all families and employees. In coordination with the Communications Department, a media release has been done and social media is being used to publicize the event. There's also a presentation reserved for elected officials such as you on Friday from 9 to 12 at the Reno Sparks Convention Center. And our administrators will be having Lieutenant Colonel Grossman present this Friday at their administration supervisory meeting at TMCC. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions?
So we could go to both, right? So the 5 o'clock and then, so the 9 o'clock is where at the Reno Convention Center?
At the Convention Center, right. And then, of course, you're welcome at our A&S meeting as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hicks, Sparks Middle School update.
Okay, good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, and Board Trustees. I'm here to provide an update on Sparks Middle School. And if you remember last, I think the conversation was around some capital improvement projects. And so I'm just going to kind of go down the list and let you know where we're at there. Trustee Ruggiero, I believe, was asking about the concrete slab floor instead of replacing with carpet. And we found out that we cannot do that because the refinishing would be the same price as carpet. And the mastic, I believe, underneath the carpet right now, that would be quite a process to remove. And I'm not sure if that does have asbestos, Pete, or not, but it wouldn't be cost effective. Efforts are being made right now to reach out to our local partners and construction companies to discuss the support of capital improvement projects. We've joined forces with Home Depot. They're now a community partner, and Ed Fries is our contact person. He walked our Sparks Middle School campus the other day, and he asked us to develop a wish list for Sparks Middle School, and we did. And right now on the list we have painting of the back of the school, green and white. We were able to paint the front of the school recently, I believe within the past 2 years or so, but now we're going to paint the whole back of the school. It desperately needs it. Placement of a running track in the back for the track team, and that of course would be DG on the ground with like a concrete curver around the back campus. The campus looks exactly the same as it did when I was there 20-some years ago. So, and that would include trees as well. Painting and new carpet in the conference room, new family engagement room, and teacher lounge for now. Painting of the yellow lines from the back of the school to the back fields, and then replacing the refrigerator in the teacher's lounge. We met with John Anderson as well at Sparks Middle School, and he's providing work orders for all of these projects. The next step is to meet and discuss the additional support for replacement of the big bucket items that I shared with you that last time, and that was replacement of all the carpet in the hallways, and then refurbishing the lockers. We did find out that Joe Deckwer, the owner of Champion Lockers, has offered his services in refurbishing the lockers as soon as we determine what we can come up with in regard to funding. Pete and his team will assist us in any way he possibly can. We've been in conversation with each other, including material specifications, construction, management, etc. Any questions about the capital improvement projects at this point?
Just, what was the what did we end up as far as the types of flooring? Remember, we had that conversation. Right. Did we look at those options?
Yeah. Well, the one thing that came up was like in Damani Ranch High School, that taking the carpet out and resurfacing the floor because it has that concrete, but apparently the concrete is not in good shape. Okay. And then.
So the only option right now would be carpet?
Recarpeting the floor. Yeah.
How about that carpet stuff that's like squares?
But the mastic from the carpet, the glue, seeps into the concrete, and I don't think you can get it out.
No, it'd rip up the outer layer of the concrete.
One thing I'll say real fast, Pete Etchart again, Chief Operations Officer, about carpet is, and I'm talking to Joe Gabika one time, he's been here for decades, and he says his biggest regret probably with the school district is allowing different carpets over the years. And what he's learned the most, he pointed this out as his one example, is that now we use Collins and Aikman carpet. We use one type of carpet, and it wears like steel, and it's just fantastic carpet, and he just swears by it. So we really want to stay to that carpet and not go to others that won't last and we'll be replacing it anyway. So we kind of stay firm to that.
Would be good. Purple shag.
Purple shag.
Yeah.
The other nice thing about carpet is walking down the hallways, instructional purposes, it's a lot quieter.
Something about Home Depot. They go into some of these playgrounds and stuff, and they do it on a Saturday. Is that what they're going to do for you guys? Just put the track and everything? They're going to furnish all the work and everything?
He said, we don't know exactly how they're going to do it or what they're going to do. He said, it all looked possible. Just build your wish list right now.
Fine.
And so...
Fine.
Oh, they're terrific.
Yeah, they are.
Great.
So that's outstanding. And we're not stopping with just Home Depot.
Yeah, we need to go to Lowe's.
We're going to Lowe's also. Okay, I believe you also asked about the memorial process, And
memorial?
the memorial process, because if you remember correctly, we were, Stacy Ting, the current principal there, was being inundated with all these proposals and really was taking a lot of her time. So what we've decided to do is I asked Charles Ron to run on the Sparks Middle School thank you page. There's going to be a section in which anyone from the Sparks Middle School community can submit a 500-word or less proposal describing what they believe the memorial should be. Connect Ed message will be sent out along with flyers, and these flyers will contain a QR code. So really, we wanted to kind of just keep it within the Sparks Middle School family and community, so we don't have thousands of proposals. And then what we'll do, if they do have like an object they'd like to submit or something, I'm thinking we could do something the week prior to April 26th. Could be kind of like a science fair type of, where the students, if you would like to participate, the teachers, community members, family, they could go in and actually judge the actual displays, you know. And so the goal then, what would be nice is on April 26th, that is going to be our Take Flight event. And that is kind of our refresh. That's going to be our beautification day. And the Sparks Middle School advisory team has worked on they've created the agenda for the day, not the agenda, but the schedule for the day. Home Depot will participate as well. First let me say Martin's, I believe if I pronounce his name right, is Stiasny, a community partner, is supporting this event with a live dove release during a moment of reflection. Home Depot associates are donating their personal time to help us with the cleanup. They'll bring trash bags, rakes, shovels, and help with all the work. And this would hopefully include the whole painting of the back of the school. So this is just going to be an amazing event. And then, like I was saying, this was all kind of created by or designed by the Sparks Middle School advisory team, all the teachers. So this is something they would really like to do. And it would be nice to kind of unveil whatever that memorial is going to be at that time. So everyone will be invited to participate. And then I would also like to mention that I just received word from Pete that on February 26th, the Public Utilities Commission approved the district's petition regarding the time extension for the 100 kilowatt photovoltaic project at Sparks Middle School. So we're moving forward with that as well.
Wonderful.
So lots of good things at Sparks Middle School. And most importantly, during the last couple months, I've realized there's been somewhat of a missing piece in regard to, and I realized this having meetings with parent meetings, and I just noticed that there really wasn't a huge turnout. And so there's a new approach to family engagement at Sparks Middle School. We built a team, scheduled monthly meetings. This team is working on a new family engagement mission statement. And a room has now been, that was a storage room, has been designated as our parent family engagement center. So, and then I have our Teresa Shirley, who's also helping with all these projects. She's our Striving Readers Parent Involvement Support Specialist. She's heading all this at this time. So our goal is to really bring, you know, everyone in, and this Take Flight event is going to be the launch of a new era for Sparks Middle School.
Trustee Rosenberg, then Trustee Gutierrez.
What about money? Can we use money? Do we want to raise money? Will we take donations?
A very good question. The next step, I spoke with Krista McNeil and Pete Eckert, and what we mentioned earlier was that to offset costs for some of these capital improvement projects, we're going to need some other funds coming in. So we're going to get together, and Home Depot's doing some of the smaller stuff, and they'll be invited to the table as well, but we're going to invite some of our other community members in that want to support Sparks Middle School and see exactly what they would be willing to offer as well.
Okay.
Yeah, how about City of Sparks?
That's
Well,
have
Julia
money?
Ratty's one.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, I butt in.
No, I guess it's on the same lines. I brought this up the last meeting is, you know, how can we as trustee help without, you know, stepping on the toes of what you're all doing? You know, I know that's my school, that's your school. And so how can we help? How can we ask? I'm part of the chamber, but I need to be in coordination with all of you. What is the plan, especially for the big ticket items? I think a lot of our partners within the construction, we have so many partners there. It's just the ask, I guess. So how can we help, I guess, is the question.
So I
without
think-
stepping on your toes or anything.
So I think the key is, I just want to be careful because I don't want to put trustees in a position where you're asking some potential vendors, because that could create a huge conflict of interest for you. But I do think we can work with you so that whether it's the Chamber of Commerce or other, organizations like that we know can create a conflict. And so maybe Chad, we'll just figure that out. I mean, just how do we include the trustees in some of these requests? But I just want to be careful when it comes to vendors not to put you in that position, because at the end you approve contracts, and I don't want there to be any perception of any conflicts of interest in the future.
Right.
Sure.
Trustee May, then Trustee Iazzi.
I think they've compiled a vendors list, so to speak, at the city of Sparks, Julie Ratty and some of them that put on that night when they had that deal when we were at a meeting, and they raised $50,000 there. But the main part was compiling a list of possible donors, so it's someplace.
Trustee Adams.
Tell me a little bit more about the specifics on the timing. On April 26th, you want to announce what it's going to be. So working backwards, who's going to judge from all these inputs about which one is going to be selected?
Well, what's going to happen is we'll get all of our feedback. We can make this happen within a week, honestly. I'll set that week prior, and we've already been discussing this in our the advisory team meetings. We'll set that week prior as an official judging time, just like we do for science fairs. What we do is we set everything up in a cafeteria or gymnasium, and then we'll send out invitations, and everyone can come and do that. It just takes an afternoon, and there'll be like a little rubric.
And then who gets to judge?
That's where really, I think the most important thing is we keep it within the Sparks Middle School community. Students, teachers, trustees can be there. I think some of our other community partners who have helped along the way can be there.
Are you two talking about the same thing? There's the 500 word and then there's the objects.
Same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll have their description or an object. Whatever
I
they want
see.
to do.
Okay.
Exactly.
Two things I'm concerned with is it really doesn't give someone a lot of time to really think about something. You say, well, it'll only take a week. Well, for someone to really truly, maybe they've already thought about that. So they've really come to some conclusion. And then when people are judging, let's say someone has an idea that might cost $50,000 and someone has one that costs $5,000. Is price going to be part of the judging system to where maybe we want something substantial and something meaningful? I guess that's what I'm having a little bit of heartburn about. I want to make sure that they get what they want, not just what they think they can get. And that's what I'd like to sort of be able to look a little deeper at as to, it's not just a mural that has to be changed or something.
Sure.
But
Well, one thing we can do is we'll put a deadline on the date for all these proposals to be submitted, and I can actually I don't know how we would do this, but I could actually bring those in, and there could be a team that whittles those down.
Or puts them in a I don't know how to do it, but that is what I'm worried about, is that some things will get off the table because they might think we can't afford this, but by asking, we might be able to afford something that people want to do.
I'm assuming you can come up with criteria, because somebody could say 1,000 square feet is what I need to do this memorial, and where are you going to put it, and how tall can it be according to code and all that.
Or City of Sparks would have to be involved as well.
I mean, so you're going to put that on before you put on the request.
Yeah, and I still have to do some research there, to be quite honest with you myself. I know how to judge science fair projects, and I have the criteria for that, but this is a little different. So
maybe I'd recommend that if it doesn't come to one big shining thing, is maybe you can on the 26th announce maybe the top 5. And we can go into some more processes about which one the community would like to do, so people aren't rushed to pick one. That could be just an alternative.
And maybe you reach out to the community and get somebody like from Sparks, but like an architect or a builder that can be on that committee that's kind of deciding what the criteria will be. as well as being able to judge it, because you could come up with a 40-foot totem pole that will fall over. I mean, you know, I don't know.
What we'll do is we'll establish that criteria, and we established the criteria for the essay, but I think we need to be more specific in establishing the criteria for, we need to put basically some parameters around what we're talking about here.
Trustee Rosenberg, Trustee Mayor.
There's an architect in town, his name is Sweeney. I think it's Tim Sweeney, but it could be Brian. I had one of the sons. One's the father, one's the son. I taught both of them. In any case, Dana Ryan would know how to get hold of him.
Okay.
He'd be ideal for this kind of thing.
Okay.
Because he'd know structure and all that kind of business.
Yeah, we ran into one of the proposals was an interactive figure, it was 10 by 12 feet, concrete and marble, and with a Batman logo on it. So, you know, we have some issues there in regard to the Batman.
And put it into a mural situation, you might be able to do it.
I mean, there's safety, there's, that seems to be a huge project to get done before the 26th. Trustee Mayor?
Well, it doesn't have, I was just saying that it would be nice if it was small scale.
Right.
It'd be nice to unveil during on the 26th, but we can certainly do it much later.
You know, in Sparks there by the old library, we have what's called a memorial park. There's a fireman, bronze, and a policeman. And the most simple one is Korean veterans, and it's then it goes up to the top. It was the most expensive.
Sure.
Because of the way that it was beveled and everything.
Right. Yeah.
And the brass, the fireman that was looking down for 9/11, and the policeman and everything, it didn't cost as much. So you got to be careful, whoever you get to design it estimates the cost, because there's some hidden cost in like tearing it up and all this kind of stuff.
Okay, so, well, and I also know.
I'm just saying.
I thought this was going to be simple, didn't you, Chad?
I did.
We're Friday quarterbacks, what do you call that term? Monday morning.
Well, not really, we're trying to do it Saturday morning. That's one of the issues, is we're not sure what's going to come out of it. That's the problem when you come out and say we're going to have one. I mean, it might be just rename the school. If that's what everybody says, are we going to say, okay, we're renaming the school when we just change that policy?
I'd have to come back to the board.
Exactly. Or maybe it's rename the street in front of the school, which would have to go to the Sparks Council. So we have to be careful about what actually gets.
Well, the nice thing, we will put a deadline on it, and because they keep coming in, and
Right.
and we will be able to narrow it down, and we will be able to see here what we're dealing with. And so from that point, we can move forward and make some decisions. I forgot to mention that Catherine Loudon did provide us with some parameters around memorials and what you should and shouldn't do for the type of event.
Okay.
So that is something that we'll add to the language as well.
Cool.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good job, good job.
Before he sits down, this guy is working so hard over there at Sparks High, along with taking care of all, Sparks Middle, besides taking care of all his other schools. And I think, you know, that we should give him a letter in his folder or something, because
I'll take a letter in my folder.
He's doing a great job.
What color should he use?
I think probably Clairol number 37.
Yeah, that would be completely great.
No, you really are doing a great job, and your team over there as well. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Reed High School, let's pause a minute and look at, we have
3, 5.
Okay, so big ones, we have Reed, we have rezoning of Westergaard, the data gathering surrounding the calendar survey. I'm just thinking
Can I
out
ask you a
loud.
question?
Yes.
Are there any public comments on the rezoning?
I do not have any.
I think
Anyone
everyone
here for rezoning?
Is there any public comments on the calendar?
I'll make a motion that we approve staff recommendation of no zone change.
Second.
Further discussion?
And whereas this is 8.05 for the record. Is that correct?
8.05
Okay.
is
Yes.
So wait, there's consternation out in the audience, so.
Information only.
Information only.
Oh,
We have to
well,
bring
we
it
want to
back
vote.
second time.
We have to bring it back a second time. But then you can just give us permission to go ahead and bring it back a second time.
Do I have a motion that the trustees get to vote when they want to vote?
Was this possible action? Does
No,
it give a possible
What it
action?
is, Dave, is
They were
because
probably gonna have a bunch of
by process, we always bring it to you. You first hear it, and then we bring it to you a second time, like a policy.
Okay,
Yes.
so you could bring it next time.
Okay, then on the
That's why.
calendar, I mean, well, it's a lot of information there. We need, I know, but I'm trying to see how fast we can be. Now, is there a vote on that, or is it just information? To proceed to do the next year's calendar?
Well, to
You already
have
approved
the
next year.
committee to let me go ahead with the committee to start working on next year's calendar, yes.
Yes, for possible action for that.
Next year's or the year?
15,
after?
16.
15, 16.
I apologize.
Yeah, you've already approved the
Based on
calendar.
based on the same type of calendar now, correct? Does anybody have heartburn with that?
Yes.
Oh.
I think we've all had a letter from Water World or Wet Wild or whatever it's called.
What?
They've got a legitimate concern. This means a great deal to their employees, to the business, and to the kids who earn money during, the year. They're not able to do it. I think we do need to take that into consideration.
And just historically speaking,
Yes, we did that before.
we
did that before.
We did.
do that the first time around. We had quite a bit of public input. We vetted it all, but the board still made a decision based after hearing that on going with the balanced calendar.
Should we bring up Dr. Lopin up right now since we're discussing this topic?
What?
Bring Bryn up.
Since we're discussing this
Okay,
topic?
well, I don't want to, if we need to discuss it, then let's do, is it going to be faster than Reed?
Read will be fast. I
Let's
think
go.
one more time talking about what's going to be fast.
Okay,
Then
then
let's bring up Reed. Let's bring up
I
Reed.
thought maybe I'd be able to push the calendar
It's,
through, but I
Reed is
lost
about
that one.
figures.
Okay, Reed.
Reed is
High
just
School
simple
football
figures
field
and
repair.
estimates.
Children, pay attention.
I'll be quick. Pete Etchart again. After this past football season, an assessment was conducted on all the district's high school fields by Facilities Management's Regulated Systems Group. And as you will see in attachment A of your agenda report, the Reed High School field was found to be by far the most in need of repairs. This is primarily due to the high use of the field and also the poor drainage system of the field that caused the root system of the grass to be very stressed and unhealthy. Facilities Management worked with the school to develop options for the field, for the repair of the field, shown in attachment C. And the school has also worked with Student Activities and Athletics Division to look for potential funding for the field repairs. As noted in the agenda report, $70,000 has been identified to be put toward the field repairs, $40,000 from the E.L. Cord Foundation, $15,000 from the Reed High School Booster Club, and ironically, $15,000 from cell tower revenue that the school receives. So with that, staff recommends option 3 at an estimated cost of $150,000, which would regrade and returf the full field of play and add drainage improvements under the field. It is recommended that extraordinary maintenance, or Fund 40, which is government service tax, be utilized for the additional $80,000, and the project would be publicly bid, again, in accordance with NRS 338.
Trustee Gutierrez.
Move to approve.
Second.
Further discussion, Trustee Mayor?
Talk about the drainage. That's going to be corrected in this project?
Yes.
Yes.
And in what way?
Yeah, that's option 3.
It's actually digging up the field, there's right now a subsurface soil layer that is not allowing the field to drain, and so the water clogs up there, and especially when you're using affluent water, it's causing damage to the roots. And so what this would do is allow drainage of the water through the field.
You're not going to put any piping
No subsurface drainage piping,
No
no.
subsurface or anything like
No.
that?
It's just the soil.
Would it be wise to not put a fluent on there?
I don't know if it's really wise or not wise. I mean, when affluent is available, sometimes I think it's a great option. And so, it's not, the affluent is not really the problem, it was the drainage system. But it is amplified by the fact that affluent is on the field when it doesn't drain properly.
And sits there. And so with this drainage, the affluent will not sit there.
Correct.
Further discussion? All in favors?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank
Motion
you.
passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Ms. LaPenta.
You're welcome, I think.
Presentation data gathered surrounding the January calendar survey. Trustee
Sorry
Ozzie.
to mess around with you a little bit, but I don't have any questions on 807 and 808.
Me neither.
Okay, are those approvals tonight or permanent? Oh, okay. I'll take a motion to preliminarily approve 8.07, 8.08.
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Awesome. Dr. LaPenta, make this fast. We'll pay you. No, we won't pay you.
We've been challenged to end our meetings at 7:30.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
We're challenged to
Oh,
end our meetings by 7.
So cut to the chase.
Let her talk,
Okay.
we'll get out of here.
President Clark, Superintendent Martinez, my name's Bryn LaPenta, and I'm here to talk to you about the balanced calendar. We had an overwhelming response for the balanced calendar. 7,029 slides were returned. Surveys were returned. We only had 3,800 in October, and for the overall approval of the calendar, 7,700. So this is a phenomenal number. And I reached out in typical fashion to parents with paper surveys. We did Connect Ed calls. We did all of that kind of stuff. School staff, we had lots and lots of school staff answer the survey. Students, we did 2 student surveys. One where the students were actual participants and got to tell us how intersession was, and then general students. Every school had 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. One class in their school did the survey. And then in the form of a learning opportunity, we did a phone survey as well, because as you read in the survey report, we recognized on the first day that we skipped the most important question of all: do you like the balanced calendar? And then the supplemental call, would it cause a hardship for your family? Because in case people answered no, they hated the balanced calendar overwhelmingly, I needed you guys to be able to know intelligently, what you would be able to do, whether or not it would cause hardship. And about 33% of the parents said it would. So we did a phone survey, and even had better results from the phone survey than we did the paper, pencil, and online survey. We had, if you'll remember, Deputy Superintendent Davis reported the students that we anticipated were going to participate, and we had almost all of those participate, a few less, in 39 schools. The number in October was 301 to 10 schools. Again, they thought it was extremely helpful. In the general student survey, they loved that they ended the semester before the break. Of course, they liked the 3-week break, and 14.8% of the ones that we surveyed in the general participated in intersession. I thought it was extremely interesting that 19.1 of our students volunteered over the break. And if you'll recall, I believe some of you were in the student board meeting, and they asked me to add certain pieces to the survey, and that was one of the pieces that they asked me to add. Testing that they did their college applications and that they volunteered. They, of course, didn't like that they still had to go to practice, and a few of them felt that they'd lost some material over the long break. Again, responses from the kids were really positive, and they didn't like things that we would expect, like the shorter summer. And I thought it was very interesting. The second largest response on what they didn't like was nothing. They liked everything. That's pretty good. So the parent surveys, 77.8 enjoyed the break. And all the numbers from October are also there, so you can see that the break, that the numbers of people that felt that it was disruptive to learning and didn't have anything to do and their childcare was an issue had dropped significantly. So there were less concentrated answers for didn't like the break. 11.6% of those 7,000 people had a child that participated in intersession. Basically the same reasons that they felt before they didn't participate. And this 36.4% of children who participated in other activities were things like sports or camps. A lot of kids went to the Discovery Museum. We got that as a response a lot over the break. People who had children participate in intersession felt that it was very beneficial. up again from the numbers in October, which are in parentheses. Another really interesting statistic here is 74.8 felt it was extremely or moderately beneficial for their children this time around, when only 48% felt it was extremely or moderately beneficial in October. So that's a big improvement. And the reasons why they didn't feel that it was beneficial for their children were about the same as they were last time. Again, they liked spending time with their children. I found the interesting statistic on this page that the people who liked the shorter summer were almost equal with the people who didn't like the shorter summer, in their opinion about the balanced calendar. So that my learning opportunity to do the phone survey, you can see comparatively here the numbers of people who responded that they liked the balanced calendar compared to the people on the online survey, again with the phone survey, and would it be a hardship to change for 14-15. So parents' open responses were about the same as we saw in October, that they like the shorter summer, they don't like the shorter summer. They like the longer break, they don't like the longer break. You know, they like ending the semester, 3 weeks in the winter is too long. So the staff survey results, you'll note that the October survey was only principal only, so we only had a few responses, but this time we made it more broad and included all staff members. And it breaks down about what you would think it would for certified, classified, and admin staff. If you look at the number of students who were invited of those attended, a lot of the schools turn in that they have opened it to all their students. If you take out those schools, it was 56% of the students who were invited attended. And for be elective, for them to not have to go but be asked to go, that's pretty good. 56% I think is good. I think it'll pick up as we continue with this. Students were selected on the basis of lots of different things. And you'll see there 15% of all the students were invited was 15% of the answer. Activities were provided were those that you would expect. I want you to note here, though, we do have enrichment, and we did have things for the higher end kids. AP or IB test prep was also, or AB or IB catch-up was also available. Again, this results of moderately or extremely beneficial for their school, about the same. Intercession helpful to their students in the future. Waiting, interestingly, I did not point out to you, the students said it was an answer large enough to note, like 15 or 16%, that they felt that they were better prepared at the end of intercession. They were the ones who were at intercession before they got to start the new semester. Think what a powerful feeling that would be for a kid. And so then the teachers kind of echoed that too, with 66.3 of them thought intercession would be helpful to their students going forward. Their concerns and the reasons for not holding intercession were exactly the same as they were in October. Recruitment, lack of funding, transportation, doing interventions at different times like fall or spring. And I thought this was really interesting. We asked staff 3 open-ended questions. What changes will you make for the future? They had exactly the opposite were the top 2 answers. Eliminate the winter intercession and provide a longer winter intercession. And when we asked them the open-ended question, what additional support would you like to have? Pretty much in the same vein that you would have expected. I want to note here that the opportunities for classified staff to participate came up a couple of times, because the classified staff don't get paid during intercession because they're frequently 180-day employees. So they would like to have opportunities to work with students as well. Anything to add? Again, the same thing. The shorter winter breaks. We had balance of semesters. It's not one of the top ones from the teachers. And in fact, I thought it would be more of an issue. The students reported it 15% of the time, and the teachers reported it slightly less, because it was a big issue when we started. The teachers were upset about it. So I had emailed a couple of teachers back and said, did they find out it was as big of a deal as they thought it was? And they said it wasn't. So the ones I could remember that had emailed me. 126.5 credits earned from high schools over winter intercession. That is 213 students that are that much closer to graduation because we did intercession, which is just phenomenal.
That is.
I'm excited about that.
And put it in context, I mean, we had 1,000 children we're targeting for at risk. That's almost 15% of those kids.
Yeah,
Great.
And this statistic surprised the heck out of me. I really thought this number would be huge. Because I thought the out-of-country withdrawals would be huge. They're a lot lower because we have more kids, so students weren't leaving before finals came at the end of the semester. But count day enrollment and the number of credits, it's kind of a wash, really. So it's less than I expected, but we had more students stay through the end of the semester, which is always beneficial for the kids. And if you'll recall, there's only one high school that did intercession in the fall, and 13 students passed one or more portions of the fall HSPE that can be attributed to October. That's big.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So MAP improvement. Sorry, this is so small. MAP wasn't over until the 21st of February, so we've been working feverishly trying to get some data for you surrounding MAP. And this is a comparison of what happened in fall to winter, in the mean averages, the change, compared to fall to winter in the mean averages of 13-14. So 12-13 to 13-14. So for example, in the first grade under math, that means that 19 schools improved from 12-13 fall to winter from 13-14 fall to winter more than they did from 12-13 from fall to winter. So that's pretty good improvement. And that's just, a big cursory look, but it's something. Student absences. If you look at the student absences, they're about the same. Week 1, we had less students. Week 2, we had more. Week 4, which is the important week because that's the week we count them and get paid for them, they were more in attendance. And these were the attendance rates. You'll recall there were a series of evaluation questions. These are the attendance rates. They too were about the same. There's a little bit more of an absence around Veterans Day the day before and a little bit more after Thanksgiving, but not really anything significant. Teacher absences, though, if you look at the day before Nevada Day compared to last year to this year with 119 to 36, that's a big deal. Day before Thanksgiving, 137 compared to 76. So we're actually serving our staffs because they're not taking days off and they're in the classroom in front of our kids.
What kind of day was Nevada Day last year? I mean, wasn't it a Thursday or something like that?
Always on a Friday.
Oh, that's right, that's what they changed.
Make it a 3-day.
I didn't know the answer. Thank you for that. And then, so of those 25 evaluation questions that you recall that we set out with in May of last year, there were 2 that I hadn't answered when I sent you the original thing. That I think that was there growth after intercession. I think we have that answered. Probably not as well as it should be answered. And the second one is advanced placement. That doesn't occur till May 15th, so I can't know that right now. So next steps, as I shouted from the back row, would be that I'd like to reconvene the calendar committee to discuss the survey results, and where it's possible, weave in the things that people are asking for. One of the things the kids asked for was have the day after Halloween off. So no school that day. Where possible. And then bring those recommendations back in May.
Nothing wrong with that.
So, yeah, this is great. And why I didn't think you needed to do a big presentation was, as always, Dr. LaPinta, you are the star when it comes to providing data that answers all the questions beforehand, because it really was very thorough. And I think what it shows is, number one, the more we do it, we're going to get better. So even after the end of next year, having, really pushing the intercessions and having the schools do it and everything else, we're just going to incrementally get better. And it does kind of answer all the questions around, what the cons are. I mean, clearly the pros outweigh it. And the one thing that I have already talked to Superintendent Martinez is because the election office is concerned about the election day in 2016.
Okay.
So to consider that in the calendar,
So let's look at that
because it's
day.
a huge election and being able to get into the schools and use them.
Oh, we always close the schools. Ever since I was a principal, we've done that.
This November?
For the even years.
Just for the presidential year?
No, for this 2014 November coming up, it's a professional development day.
Yes, we never have kids on election day.
That's odd, because that whole conversation I had was
You know, what your concern was, and we'll look
Okay, we'll
into
take
it.
that afterwards.
Yeah, but your concern was more just how we deal with
Trustee
these.
Rosenberg, trustee
I'll
Iazzi, the
explain
trustee mayor.
Yeah.
My mail
kids were
is,
worried about
I think you've all seen, Incline Village has an exception to the calendar because of the work situation and that kind of thing. It would seem to me that this needs to be considered as well when we're considering the calendar. The economy is in the dumper anyway. We don't want to put people through any more difficulty than I think is absolutely necessary. So all I'm asking is that we consider that at the same time we're considering other things.
And I agree with you, and so I believe that there's probably a little better job that I could do of making the committee open to different groups of people, and we'll take care of that.
Thank you, Britt.
You're welcome.
Trustee Iazzi, then mayor.
I see two reports here, one on the calendar, do you just like the calendar, not like the calendar, and then the efficacy of the intercession. What I haven't seen on the intercession is what are the costs? I mean, we were going to get that with the first one, and we were going to get that with the second one, and I have yet to see the costs to say, are they costing us $20 million and it's helping out 20 kids? Are we spending $20 helping out 20 million? To me, that's how you also judge about whether we continue doing this or not. And I just haven't seen a dollar figure yet.
That's fair. That's fair. So okay. All right.
Trustee Mayor, then McClory.
Yeah, I have a concern about, this is vacation time, so you can't say, Mrs. Jones, you're going to teach during vacation time. But Sun Valley had a science camp during the Christmas vacation, and they had to turn kids away because they didn't have enough volunteer teachers. And they would like to have it open so that they could get any teacher instead of just their own staff, that they could get somebody. And they're going to do a great thing in the 2 weeks coming up. They're going to do a Mythbuster science
awesome.
program. And I'm sure if they can't use teachers like a science teacher from a high school or something for this camp that they're going to have, they'll have a waiting list, because the kids, they turned away I forget what it was, but it was a startling amount of kids from science camp over the winter break.
Trustee McClory.
Yeah, any correlation between the schools that are operating all year long, looking at their kids, so they're doing after-school programs, that kind of thing, and taking a look at what's the success rate of, and how many students are in that type of an situation versus this particular situation?
So the before-after Saturday school interventions?
I'm just curious.
And we'll bring you some budget information next week when we do the workshops. We'll do that. The only thing to keep in mind is that, and then we'll look at it for the future. So when we fund interventions, which is we call the extra school time, we never give direction about whether to do them after school, Saturdays, or during the week. And the cost is this. We just give a lump amount.
Right.
So I think that's where, we just got to break down how many of the schools spend so much during the time. But in terms of a budget, it's the exact same budget that we would give whether the calendar existed or not, because it's extra dollars that the schools request for helping children. So this just gives them another flexibility. But let us try to answer your question next week when we do the workshop.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So what we're telling you to go ahead.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you
so much.
Yep.
Good job, good job, good job. Okay, we're at 9.01, board member requests for future board agenda and agenda items. Also, we have a request, we were going to have Jill Derby do 2 hours on the superintendent evaluation training next week during those 2 days. It's now being requested that it move to March 27th, which is a Thursday.
For which one is this?
Next week, we have 2 days that are budget hearings. Part of those budget hearing days was going to be a portion to go over the evaluation process. All that we got sent. Staff is requesting that we move that to, that portion,
The evaluation portion.
to Thursday, March 27th from 9 to 11 a.m.
One of the concerns was is to make sure after 2 days of budget that you all were engaged in the conversation. And so we can still keep it on the 20th. Dr. Derby is available. Or if you would rather be bright-eyed and bushy-tail on that Thursday on March 27th, we can move it to then.
From 9 to?
From 9 to 11.
The 27th?
Correct. Of March.
Okay.
Sounds like that's okay.
Well, there's
Future
one
agenda.
small problem.
Oh.
There's the Sparks ROTC thing.
Yeah.
That goes from 8 to 9:30. Could we do it from 10 o'clock maybe?
We
Until
can do it
12
from
or
10
something like
10 to
that?
12?
I really want to go to these things.
Or the afternoon.
You tell us.
I've got to, well,
Hold on, let me look.
We'll work around your
I'm
schedule.
fine until 3:30 on that afternoon. I have
You tell
classes
us.
after that. I don't want to miss my class.
There's food with it, too.
In that case,
I think, for me, I could do like 10:30.
10:30 to 12:30?
sure, could do that.
That ROTC, I'm going to that one, and
Right.
it goes till 11 or so.
Oh, it does.
Can't you just do it after lunch?
Like a 1 to 3?
Yeah.
John, it says, he said 8 to 9:30.
Who said that?
I think they tightened them up this year,
Tighten them
John.
up. That's what they,
They're not doing the whole
Oh.
rollout, but I'm not sure. I thought that's what Zach said. Didn't you
Let's say
say?
11 o'clock.
Yes, they've tightened up the things this year.
Can we have them check on that, John, if that's their trouble?
Right.
And have them check.
I want to go too,
Well, I've
John.
got an invitation right here, and I'll see what it says. Well, it just gives a starting time, it doesn't say an ending time.
Sort of like all those horse races you go to. they never
John, I'm
say
pretty
at the
sure,
end of the-
I'm pretty sure we'll be out of there by 10 at the latest.
So let's just say 11.
11 o'clock?
11:01?
11 to 1?
Well,
I can do that.
this has, from 11:30 to 12, accreditation team review at Galena.
Galena.
It's the whole page.
Oh, yeah, we had that handed out to us today, didn't we?
Okay, afternoon is
This
fine.
whole page.
Okay, so what, just to be safe, we'll say 1 to 3?
Do you know whether she's available?
Yeah, she's available all day on that day.
1 to 3 would work for me. You do?
Going once?
Well, how about the end of the day so I don't have to leave work, go back to
He's
work?
got to leave at 3.
Oh, you gotta leave at
I've
3.
got classes, Barbara.
All right.
I don't want to miss class.
You could try to do it on the 20th. You know, you could just try to squeeze it
But
in.
we could do it on the 20th. It's
could.
already programmed in.
Why don't we plan to do it the 20th? If it doesn't work, then we can move it to the 24th. How about that?
27th, yeah.
Or 27th?
And you guys both know that that's very difficult for me to leave all day for the campus. That's one of the reasons I can't do this position.
Which one are you worried about? Doing it the same day we do the other one, or doing it on the 20th?
She's
I,
just talking about the budget
can't,
hearings.
I can't
Oh.
be there 2 days. You know, I'm missing, my job for 2 days. And as a dean, that's just hard.
Even as folks in the lowly positions, it's hard to leave for 2 days.
I have student hearings that day.
Yeah,
So it's
I know.
like, oh.
It's hard.
So for direction, we'll keep it on the 20th, and then if we don't get to it, then we'll make plans to do it
Do it on 27th.
from 1 to 3 on the
Just make sure it gets agendized if we don't get to it.
Yes,
Yes.
we'll
Like
do
the
that.
same day.
We would send it out.
It's
that way.
already
Send it out that
agendized,
day.
we already have it all set, staff report's ready to go. It's there.
So doing it on the 20th.
Yeah.
Any future agenda items, people?
We'll email, We'll email it to you.
Trustee Mayor?
For the fifth time, Eddie Bonine, I'd sure like him to come
He
and
won't do
explain.
He won't do it.
Why won't he do it?
He wasn't available today, and we had Brian Roth here.
The NIAA.
So he was not available. Eddie, Trustee Rosario reached out to Eddie Bonine, and he was not available today.
I don't think he's gonna come down. He just won't come, Jess.
And then we gotta find
I
out
don't want
whether
him.
he's
Wants to
using our
come. He's been
goddamn
asked
police.
3-4
I don't
times.
think he wants to
I
come
want
on.
to face the music.
He doesn't.
Okay. So yeah. Any other agenda requests? Public comment?
No, ma'am.
Our next meeting is out at Natchez. We need to be there at 2:45 for the reception with the tribal leaders. And then we have, start at 4. Okay,
On the way to Birdie Man.
Trustee Mayor.
This is music in the schools, and I don't see any proclamation about Music in the Schools Month, and I was just wondering if we could get a
We'll have a presentation for Music in the Schools Month. Rick Taylor at Natchez is setting that up, so we will have that set up for you.
and a proclamation.
We'll have a proclamation as well.
And then April will be Art in the Public Schools Month, and we'll have a proclamation.
Oh,
And I
yes.
expect one for theater as well. I mean, we're gonna get that
Well,
equal...
we'll just propose-
Hello, move to adjourn.
We'll do some sort of a theme.
Meeting adjourned.